Good morning, one and all, and a very warm welcome to you all on behalf of SRMAP. I'm so glad to be here and that you all could make it happen. The entire August gathering, the family of SRMAP, and students, the council, and the entire team who had been working for this, a very warm welcome to you all. My name is Sweta, and let me begin by saying that I feel very fortunate to be here at this particular time because there are so many important and positive changes happening in the world of education, especially across borders and boundaries. It gives me immense pleasure and honor to extend a very warm welcome to today's diplomatic exchange, Building Bridges Beyond Borders. The exclusive gathering of diplomats, academicians, and policymakers from across the globe, aiming to create a platform for meaningful interactions, cultural exchange, and establishment of strong global partnerships. Far from stereotypes and cliches, the program aims to provide these future leaders with an in-depth knowledge of diplomatic relations, how countries are working towards one world, one family by means of quality education, related activities and areas of interest, and aiming to create special ties with various countries who have graced this occasion. This format is a reflective of our growing international engagements and comprehensive strategic partnerships towards knowledge sharing and creation. Your esteemed presence has certainly enhanced the significance of the occasion, and we are deeply grateful for your participation. I'm sure that you all will be looking forward eagerly as we are for the meaningful interactions and discussions all through the day. With this, I would like to welcome you all once again to the Diplomatic Exchange Dialogue at SRMAP. We would start the event with the lamp lighting. I would request Professor Manoj K. Arora, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of SRMAP, Dr. R. Prem Kumar, Registrar, SRMAP, Mr. Suresh Chukkapalli, Consulate General of South Korea, the High Commissioner of Gambian Embassy, to please join the dais. You all must have heard this Yata Raja Tata Praja. The way the leader is, so is the region, and so is the university, so is an organization. I would take immense pleasure to introduce the dynamic leader of SRMAP, the first man of the university, Professor Manoj K. Arora. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, he is a PhD holder in remote sensing from Swansea University, United Kingdom. He was a postdoctoral research fellow for about 2 years in NASA-sponsored project in the Electrical Engineering and Computer Science Department at Syracuse University, United States of America. During 2013 and 18, he has led Punjab Engineering College, a deemed university in Chandigarh, as a director on a 5-year tenure, and was on leave from IIT Roorkee, where he has served as a professor in the Department of Civil Engineering up to November 1st, 2018 for 30 years. He was the Vice Chancellor of BML Munjal University, Gurgaon, during November 2018 to September 2022, before joining SRM University, Andhra Pradesh on September 9, 2022. He works in the area of geospatial technologies, digital image classification, machine learning, land cover mapping, and hazard and risk studies. He has more than 34 years of teaching and research experience and a nearly equal experience in academic administration across India, United Kingdom, and United States of America. He has collaborated with a number of organizations, both India and abroad. Professor Arora has earned Outstanding Teacher Award at IIT Roorkee, the Commonwealth Scholarship Award for PhD in UK, the Department of Science and Technology Young Scientist Award, the All India Council of Technical Education AICTE Young Teacher Career Award, and Postdoctoral Research Award in a NASA-sponsored Project USA, apart from several other accolades. He is a Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, Fellow of Institutions of Engineers, member IEEE Society, and has been an active member of American Society of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing, IEEE Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society, and the Indian Society of Remote Sensing. With that, I would like to welcome Professor Manoj K. Arora to take over and welcome our guest and address the gathering.
Welcome to a very pious campus, SRM University, Andhra Pradesh. I could see a lot of energy in this hall, not only from our own students and faculty, but a galaxy of people who have gathered together and who agreed on our invitation to visit this lovely campus. We may be 6 years young university, and I say young, I don't say old, because we want to be young all the time. We are a very research-intensive university, and I am going to give you some statistics also in due course of time. Diplomatic exchange, the event which has been organized by our International Relations and Higher Studies Directorate, is, I think, one of its kinds, which indeed bridges the gaps which may we have. Bridge the gap not between the departments, bridge the gap not between the schools, but bridge the gap with the outside world. I think today we are at a very, very interesting phase when India is poised to be one of the economic powers of the world in very near future. We are chairing G20 this year. We started our campaign as Make in India. We are extending it to Make for the World. We believe that world is one. That was there in our genes right from the earlier days, thousands of years ago. So certainly, today's meet is very apt, and I'm sure that by the end of this meet, we would not be using the word gap. And when we say bridges, these bridges will not be suspension bridges. These bridges will be concrete bridges, and that's the kind of relationship we want to happen with the people around the world. With these initial remarks, I would like to give you a short presentation on who we are, what we do, and how do we do. And you will be surprised to see the statistics of last 6 years that indeed we may be young, but we have achieved a lot. So let me take you through the journey of SRM University AP ever since we were born. So we have a beautiful campus. You can see some of the buildings over here. And you know, we are in a village called Niru Konda. And in Telugu, Niru means water and Konda means hillock. So you can see hillocks, you can see water are around, and we are in the middle of that village. जिसको कहते हैं हिंदी में जंगल में मंगल, right? So all the surroundings are around, and it's a very, very pollution-free environment, and therefore I say we are in a very, very pious campus. And our philosophy is, shall I use this? Okay, let me see it works. Yeah. I love this picture. This little girl is smiling, but she has a question that if I cannot learn the way you teach, will you teach me the way I learn? And that's the challenge we are facing all the time. But at SRMAP University, when we look at our vision, which is very clear vision, and therefore I am here to emerge as a world-class university in creating and disseminating knowledge and providing students a unique learning experience. The smile of that girl always motivates me that we need to create an environment, a great learning environment for whomsoever I admit, whether they are coming from Nirukanda village, or they are coming from Delhi, or they are coming from Uganda, Sudan, any place. We want to give them that learning experience. And to achieve that vision, to follow that vision, we have certain mission statements and the core values. And our core values are inherent to us. Show compassion, develop trust, give mutual respect, create a sense of curiosity, serve with integrity, and instill social responsibility. We are living in a rural setting, and we give a lot of emphasis on community engagement and social responsibility. Recently, we set and we defined our 5-year strategic plan from 2023 to 28. It's very clear. 3 goals are very clear: achieve academic excellence, intensify research and entrepreneurial spirit. We are a research-intensive university. We have done a lot, but we further want to intensify that. Enhance student experience. After all, who we are and for whom we are, students. Can we give them that wow experience on our campus? Yes, we have that agenda for next 5 years. We will continue to work towards that. This works, doesn't work. Technology. I was going to talk about Directorate of ITKM, right? And you have stuck me there. But anyway, let me give you some statistics. As I said, we were born in 2017. To be specific, we were inaugurated on 15th of July 2017. We have a beautiful 100-acre campus. Another 100 acres we will get once we build 100 acres. Current student strength is about 6,000 with 300 strong faculty members. And when I say strong faculty members, all our faculty are PhDs. About 40% of them have postdoctoral experience from around the world. We have 3 schools: School of Engineering and Sciences, which run BTech programs, BSc programs, MTech programs; School of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, which run BA and BSc programs in various disciplines. We have Pari School of Business, which runs our management programs, BBA and MBA. We have several research centers, interdisciplinary research centers, and let me name some. SRM Amar Raja Center for Energy Storage and Devices, Center for Pioneering Studies in Gold and Silver, which is one of the unique centers in the country. Center for Geospatial Technology, Center for Drone Technology, Center for Computational and Integrative Sciences, Center for Electronic Cooling, Center for Consumer Research, and Center for Artificial Intelligence and UN SDGs. And today I think we have a panel discussion on SDGs, and our Dean Paris School of Business will be one of the panelists there, and probably he will talk about more on this center. We give lots of emphasis on innovation and entrepreneurship. We have our own incubator, which we have named as Hatch Lab Research Center. We have other establishments like alumni relations. We believe that we need to catch our students young, catch young alumni right from the day one, and therefore we are emphasizing a lot on that. We have a wellness center. We believe that the students' health is important on campus, and therefore there are a group of counselors who are working in that wellness center for the wellness of the students on campus. We also have a teaching learning center. We believe that if we really want to deliver the curricula in the right way, keeping in mind our vision of learning experience, it is very important that the teacher development should happen all the time, constantly. And therefore, this teaching learning center is working really hard with our own teachers, and we want to expand it further in our pursuit for teacher development. We also have executive education and professional studies directorate, where we are working for the working professionals who need training, who need upgradation in improving their skills in many different areas, because we believe we have the right kind of faculty who can really support the working professionals as well. If you look at the focus on our academic rigor, if you look at our curricula, in fact, as I said, we are focusing on learning and not teaching. We are embedding knowledge, skills, training and certification. We have integrated 21st century skills very seamlessly in our curricula, in the new curricula which we have designed only recently, where students have options for minor programs from cross-discipline areas. In fact, the uniqueness is that we are building courses based on chosen career path. So right in the beginning, like say during orientation program, we will categorize our students as per their career choices, so that they can build their own basket of courses as per their career aspirations. So majorly when we talk of career aspirations, we talk of campus placements, we talk of entrepreneurships, we talk of higher studies. So like that, we are classifying that and helping them choose that path through the curricula itself. We also have a credit transfer policy which allows students to seamlessly mobile from one country to the other. We are involving a lot of industry corporates in the classrooms by way of co-teaching, by way of industrial internships, by way of live industrial problems, by way of minor and major projects, as well as from faculty from international universities to co-teach in our classes. We also have semester abroad program for our students, international immersion programs, and international research internships as far as globalization is concerned. Thank you, Suhasini, for helping me out. As I said, we are a very research-intensive university. These are just numbers. And these numbers are not mine. These numbers are of students and faculty. And therefore, whatever we are, we all owe to them. publications in 6 years, 1670. And out of this, you can see about 40% are in Q1 ABDC A star publications. Nature Index journal publications already 37. And day before yesterday, I was told that this has increased by 1. Right now, this year, we are third best private university in the country in Nature Index ranking, 32nd in the country. We have published 134 patents, 6 have been granted. We have extramural projects from various agencies in the country. The number is 85, but the outlay is more than 30 crores as of now. We have around 300 PhD scholars on our campus and 6 postdoctoral scholars right now. We focus a lot on our innovation and entrepreneurship subject. We have a directorate for that. The entrepreneurial learning part is being looked after by our School of Business. We have an incubation center, as I said earlier. Already 20 startups are working in that center. In fact, several startups have been graduated with a cumulative turnover of rupees 22 crore and an external funding of rupees 3.8 crore. It's a good achievement in last 6 years or so, but we are not going to stop here. As our Pro-Chancellor says, SRM University is to be a globally connected, nationally relevant, and regionally transformative center for research and education at the heart of a new, modern, vibrant metropolis called Amravati. When we say globally connected, we already have a Directorate of International Relations and Higher Studies, and these are the various activities which you may think of, which an international relation office has to pursue. We all are there. Right now, we have more than 85 international universities collaboration for various things like student exchange programs, faculty development programs, joint research projects, study abroad programs, research internships. Already, existing international admissions are 180 plus. There are going to be 100 plus in the coming year. 15 plus PhD international scholars at the moment on our campus. We are running international immersion programs as well, both inbound and outbound. So 60 plus students from Malaysia, Taiwan, Nepal, and United Arab Emirates visited us recently. 300 plus our students have visited countries like Malaysia, Taiwan, Nepal, United Arab Emirates, Vietnam, and Indonesia. This is our global community, I would say. 30% of our faculty have international experience. All the 3 deans have international experience by way of their pedigree, by way of their research experience at various places. 25% of our students prefer higher studies in international universities. So total, if the intake is 1,000, then about 250 students would be preferring higher studies, because many of the degrees are not the terminal degrees, and they prefer higher studies, and we facilitate them through this International Relations Directorate. 17% of alumni are studying, working in or settled abroad. 80% of our alumni are based out of US, out of whosoever is settled abroad. 20% of alumni are spread over European countries. We have 3 alumni chapters in US, Japan, and Chicago, respectively. The current statistics for 2022 higher studies, 2023 is still the admissions are on. We are in 100% placement of students who opted for higher studies. 50% of students, out of this, 50% had scholarship, and 8% of students got placement into top QS 50 ranked universities. We sent around 100 plus students for international research internships in about 12 plus countries. And more than 60 students, in fact, up till now, right? Because we are graduating third batch this time, and our convocation is going to be held on September 2nd. So till now, 60 students have got international placements, companies around the world. So what I'm trying to say is that we want to be globally connected, besides nationally relevant and regionally transformative. So we are putting a lot of emphasis on international relations, and today's meeting, I think, is very apt, wherein we certainly should exchange a lot of ideas. We have a lot of ammunition which we can provide to my counterparts around the world. We will certainly work together, and therefore I say, let us connect, collaborate, cooperate, and contribute. Thank you for coming. I hope that my team, led by Dr. Shweta, who herself has a lot of international experience by way of her pedigree, is really going to be a good host for all of you. If there are some misses, please pardon us. We all are there for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Motivating and inspiring as always. I would now request Professor Manoj K. Arora to launch the ceremony.
Okay, launched.
We would like to welcome our guest of honor, Shri P. Samuel Jonathan, the AP State Information Commissioner. Thank you for joining this, sir. We will be now moving forward with the felicitation ceremony before we move ahead with the agenda for the day and the guest speeches and the chief guest address to the gathering. I would like to request Professor Manoj K. Arora and Dr. R. Prem Kumar, Registrar, to kindly grace onto the dais to felicitate our guests. Mr. P. Samuel Jonathan, to kindly come onto the dais. Mr. P. Samuel Jonathan, he is an esteemed State Information Commissioner of Andhra Pradesh with an impressive career spanning over 2 decades in journalism, and he has been a paragon of integrity and consistently delivering well-researched publications on critical topics such as socio-economic development, education, policy, and national politics. Thank you for joining us, sir. I would like to request His Excellency Mustafa Jawara, the High Commissioner of the Gambian High Commission, to kindly come onto the dais. Mr. Mustafa Jawara is a distinguished and esteemed diplomat who has been instrumental in shaping international relations and fostering meaningful partnerships on a global stage. As a seasoned High Commissioner and Ambassador, Mr. Jawara has exemplified the essence of diplomatic finesse with his tenure with the Gambian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation and Gambians abroad. Thank you for joining us, sir. I would like to request Ms. Aji Fataumata, the first Secretary of the Gambian High Commission. Mrs. Aji Fatau, she has been very instrumental and was serving as a Principal Assistant Secretary at the Office of the President and was appointed as the first Secretary of the Gambian High Commission in India. She has been making an important milestones in diplomatic ties between the two nations. Now may I call upon Mr. Balunwa Baker, Education Attaché from the Embassy of Republic of Uganda. Balunwa Baker is a highly dedicated and esteemed professional serving as the Education Attaché at the Embassy of Republic of Uganda. With a passion for promoting educational opportunities and fostering international collaborations, he has been playing a very crucial role in enhancing the educational landscape between Uganda and the world. I would like to invite Ms. Asel Akmatkali, the first Secretary from the Embassy of Kyrgyzstan. In 2015 to 19, she worked in Kyrgyz Embassy in India at the position of Commercial Attaché responsible for the development of economic investment tourism cooperation between both the countries. She is promoting and enhancing the academic relations between India and Kyrgyzstan through various international mobility programs. I would like to invite Mr. Peter Hobwani, Deputy Ambassador from the Embassy of Republic of Zimbabwe. Mr. Peter Hobwani is an esteemed diplomat, currently serving as a deputy ambassador at the office of the Zimbabwean embassy. He has an illustrious career in foreign affairs and extensive involvement in international organizations. He has been playing a vital role in advancing bilateral relations between Zimbabwe and India, cultivating partnerships that benefit both the countries. I would like to invite Mr. Mosa Naimi, the Second Secretary from the Embassy of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. He is currently serving as the Administrative Chief at the Afghanistan Embassy in New Delhi, and he has an illustrious career in Afghanistan Ministry of Foreign Affairs, spanning over several crucial roles. As the Second Secretary at the Embassy, he plays an important role in fostering diplomatic relations and advancing mutual understanding between the nations. I would like to invite Mr. Sadiqullah Sahar, Education Attaché from the Embassy of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. A remarkable individual whose profound education in the field has been transformative, and he was with his unyielding commitment to advance educational opportunities and empowering the minds of future generations in both the countries. We would like to invite Mr. Trigunayat Anil Kumar, the Chairman, Confederation of Education Excellence. Mr. Anil has been a professional Indian diplomat for over 3 decades, serving India's national interest across continents from Asia to Africa to Europe to America, including Russia and United States. Prior to his superannuation in 2016, he served as India's ambassador to Jordan, Libya, and Malta. He has studied in Agra, Kumon, and JNU University, and also did his research work at Oxford. I would like to now call upon Mr. Yadunath Paudel, the Consular Cultural Attaché, Embassy of Nepal. With more than 30 years of civil service experience in Nepal, he has worked with different ministries and has been assigned as Chief or District Officer for several years. He has participated in several bilateral programs and trainings. He has a Master's in Public Administration, and he is now working in the Embassy of Nepal in the Education Attaché. I would now like to invite Mr. Deogracius Dotto, the Head of Chancery from Tanzania High Commission. He is a civil servant with illustrious career boasting of remarkable breadth of expertise in international relations, diplomacy, public policy analysis. He has an extraordinary journey and is currently serving as an esteemed director as the Head of Chancery at Tanzania High Commission. I would like to welcome our chief guest, Professor Hemachandra Reddy, the Chairman of AP State Council for Higher Education. He is a distinguished academician with illustrious teaching and career spanning over impressive 3 decades. Welcome, sir. I would now like to call upon Ms. Shefali Chopra, who is a multifaceted storyteller, motivational and TEDx speaker, and a positive influencer. She has been originally hailing from Jammu and Kashmir and nurtured in the Middle East. Her educational journey began at a prestigious Indian school of Muscat, and where she has received her schooling and graduated with business studies from International Education Institute in Dubai. Her creativity flows, and she hails from an illustrious family of filmmakers. If any of you have watched 3 Idiots or Ramanand Sagar's Ramayana, she hails from that family. She is a niece of both of them, if I'm not wrong. I would now like to call upon Dr. Vijay Pothukochi, researcher and a thought leader, an accomplished management researcher with an illustrious 4-decade-long journey encompassing diverse industries across United States, India, and East Africa. He had made profound contributions and has left indelible imprint in the realms of digital technology, agrobusiness, real estate, and management research. I would like to invite Dr. Harsha Bhargavi Pandiri, who is an Assistant Director, Public Relations, currently serving on deputation with the Ministry of Culture, a distinguished government organization of India. She holds a doctorate in communication and journalism, and she has been recognized as a gold medalist during her post-graduation. With an impressive track record spanning over 15 years in the government public relations, she has earned widespread acclaim for her exemplary work. I would now like to invite Mr. Vikram Jain, the Trade Commissioner, Canadian High Commission. Mr. Vikram has 15 years of professional experience in areas of international sales and business development, policy advocacy, government licensing, foreign direct investment proportion, networking, and industry institution partnerships. He leads the management of the Canadian Trade Office in Hyderabad, which includes providing general services apart from the programs and missions in India, and assists the incoming missions in the territory of Andhra and Telangana. I would like to invite Ms. Yashi Dariwal, the Head of Political and Economic Department, Honorary Consulate of Cambodia. Ms. Yashi Dariwal is a highly accomplished political analyst and the esteemed Head of Political and Economic Department at the Honorary Consulate of Cambodia in Bangalore. With an impressive academic background, she holds a master's in international relations, which is a testament to her dedication in understanding the complexities to the global arena. I would like to invite Mr. G.L. Gnanateva, the Minister, Commerce, from the Deputy High Commission of Sri Lanka. G.L. Gnanateva holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Jaffna and a master's in financial economics from the University of Colombo. He underwent a number of overseas training in international trade and diplomacy in Geneva, Netherlands, South Korea, Malaysia, and Singapore. He previously served as the Consular General of Sri Lanka in Karachi and Pakistan for last 4 years, and in Sri Lanka's mission to Tel Aviv, Malaysia, and Frankfurt as 3rd, 2nd, and 1st Secretary of Commerce. Mr. Ming, as a director, had played several diverse roles at the Taiwan Center, and he has a vast experience spanning over 2 decades. I would like to call upon Mr. Richard Chen, the Director General, Tapai Economic and Cultural Center, an individual whose remarkable accomplishments have left an indelible mark in the realm of international relations and economic cooperation, who is a visionary leader and the Director General of Tapai Economic Cultural Center in Chennai. Before moving on to the next session of today's program, I would like to call upon all the dignitaries onto the stage for a group photograph. And after that, Ms. Shefali Vidhu Chopra, the motivational speaker and coach who has joined and graced us, will be taking over the entire stage and coordinating the event for us. Thank you so much, madam, for agreeing to do this for us.
Good morning, everybody. Samskara, Bagunara. I hope all is well and well with everybody. Well, we're all privileged to be where we are right now. We are in a world-class university, and this is something to be proud of. Just some time back, we got to know about the vision, the mission, the core values, goals. It really tells us that SRM University is truly magnanimous. Well, I'm not talking about the size alone, but what I got to know is it's a tailor-made program that makes them exceptional. It's not the buildings that make a place, it's always the people. The people add sparkle, shine, smiles to the place. They're the spirit, and I can see that. All smiles, helpful, happiness. So I think we're doing good here. They truly believe in striving for excellence. Before we move on to the program, we will start with the MOU signing ceremony between SRMAP and Embassy of Gambia. I would request His Excellency Mustafa Jawara and Dr. Prem Kumar, Registrar, SRMAP, please come on the dais, sir. Thank you. Today we are really honored that our chief guest, Professor Hema Chandra Reddy, Chairman, AP State Council for Higher Education, is here with us. He's a distinguished academician, Professor K. Hema Chandra Reddy. He's got illustrious training career spanning with an impressive 3 decades, including 17 years as a revered professor at JNTU Anantapur. He stands as a beacon of knowledge and expertise. Professor Reddy's contribution to the field of academy has earned him numerous accolades, including the prestigious Anna University National Award for Outstanding Academic from ISTE India in 2018, and Best Teacher Award from the Government of Andhra Pradesh in 2011. His passion for research is evident through his multiple patents and research projects, which delve into areas crucial to technological advancements. Having presented an impressive number of technical papers at both national and international conferences, Professor Reddy's influence extends far and wide. His extensive research guidance has shaped the academic journey of many aspiring scholars. Beyond the academic realm, Professor Reddy has been actively involved in various administrative roles, showcasing his exceptional leadership skills. He has delivered inspiring talks on diverse topics, impacting countless lives. A true embodiment of knowledge, dedication, and leadership, Professor K. Hemachandra Reddy is a treasure to the academic community. Please join me in extending a very, very warm welcome to this distinguished scholar and administrator.
For the liberal words you have chosen to introduce me. Honorable Vice Chancellor of this very esteemed university, Professor Manoj Arora ji, an academician par excellence and a researcher par excellence, the Registrar of the University, and distinguished guests from Gambia, and my friend, Mr. Jonathan Samuel, and very distinguished delegates representing various countries assembled in this hall. At the outset, on my personal behalf and on behalf of SRM University, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you. It is such a pleasure to be here in this university. I normally don't miss an opportunity to make a visit to this university because the activities here, more than the buildings they have raised here, makes me immensely happy. In fact, as a chairman of AP State Council of Higher Education, I'm a big fan of this university. And at times, we look at them for help, for their helping hand in taking some of the initiatives from here to the rest of the AP State Higher Education institutions. AP State Higher Education system is not a small one. It has 1.5 million students pursuing higher education at any given point of time with 20 state-funded universities, 53 in all various types of universities, including SRM, and 2,600 higher education institutions imparting education in engineering, law, pharmacy, medicine, allied medical programs, conventional degree programs, whatnot, in almost into every sphere. But then, we are looking at a collective guidance. No, in fact, the theme of this meeting is also almost similar, bring the people together. In fact, we tried establishing a higher education planning board for the state of Andhra Pradesh, involving all the vice chancellors of private, state-funded, deemed to be all types of universities together. The collective wisdom is right now driving the higher education system of Andhra Pradesh, and that's where we get many opportunities to meet Honorable Vice Chancellor of SRM University. And such a talented man, well exposed, well experienced rather, always makes his mark, giving his contributions. And today, in the last 3 years, higher education is improving leaps and bounds in Andhra Pradesh. In the meanwhile, government of Andhra Pradesh has taken a decision of admitting government quota of seats into even the private universities for the first time. I have to tell you this just to highlight how good this university is. So we have taken away 35% of their total seats. We said we will admit based on the merit in a common entrance examination being conducted for the students of Andhra Pradesh. Till that point of time, SRM is known to be university for elite. But then, when we allowed it, we came across shocking results. All the best rankers of this common entrance examination opted to be here in this university. That speaks volumes about the niche this university has carved for itself in the field of technical education. Amazing. And we are so proud we have such a university standing here in the state of Andhra Pradesh, contributing for high quality education in the field of technical education more particularly. And of course, they are diversified into many other areas, in fact, sciences, and almost every area their presence is being felt today. I think somewhere I read institutions are not built of brick and mortar. It is built of people, made of people. And SRM is one such university which is carefully nurtured with all finer ingredients placed and well-defined human connections established, human networking established. And I'm very glad today they are looking beyond the state of Andhra Pradesh. In fact, they are a university of national repute. They already looked beyond the state of Andhra Pradesh. Now they are looking beyond the boundaries of this country, borders of this country, and would like to make their presence all across the world. That's a good sign. In fact, I'm sure with this effort, they will attract many meritorious students from all across the country so that, a beautiful system of intercultural competences can also be built in this university. I just remember my own experience, 2007, I got an opportunity to visit the United States of America. Not on any academic assignment, but, as part of a Rotary International group under a program called Group Study Exchange. Now, under this program, we were made to stay with American families for 40 days and then know their culture. And I know personally how much I got benefited through that program, interacting with different communities, different people, different cultures, and expanding your horizons. That's one thing I have very firmly learned during that visit. Now, extrapolating the same to the university, in fact, every student would like to know more. There is an ancient saying in Indian education philosophy. It goes like this. Acharyayat padamadate, padam sishya swamedayat, padam sabrahmacharibhya, padam kalakramenich. I will translate it for the sake of the foreign delegates. A student in pursuit of knowledge will have to focus on 4 quarters of knowledge. He will acquire knowledge in 4 distinct quarters. Acharyayat padamadate, 25% of the knowledge a student will learn from the teacher. And remaining 75 is not from the formal classroom. That's what it says. Padam Sishya Swamedayat. A burning urge going through a student will learn another 25%. Padam Sabrahmacharibhya. With peer interactions, he will learn another 25% of knowledge. And Padam Kalakramenacha, with time and observation, a student will learn another 25% of knowledge. That's how 100% knowledge can be acquired by a student. Now, going by this ancient Indian education philosophy, I think we must ensure very effective peer interactions, more so across the borders, so that, intercultural communication competencies can be built very strongly in the institutions. Through this, I will come to know myself, I will come to know about others, and my responsibility towards others, as well as others' contributions towards me. That makes me a complete human being. And I'm sure SRM University is already practicing all this within the university. The presence of, diversified section of people across the world will make it much better university than what they are today. So therefore, it is win-win for both the collaborating institution or country and also for the SRM, because the same benefits will be reaped by your kids who are traveling all the way and joining SRM. And students who are local to this place or of Indian citizens, they will also gain equally well. So I'm sure this will go on. And more importantly, I think I need to make this point very clear. India has this demographic dividend advantage at this point of time. Almost 55% of the population is in the working class today. And elsewhere in the developed nations, the youth population is almost in low double digits. There is a very strong need for these countries to import skilled manpower, and Japan is the best example for that. Today, I was going through a report. It said Japan needs to bring in at least 500,000 skilled manpower every year into that country, because it's a highly tech-savvy country and they have relatively aged population in this country. And this phenomena is happening with most of the developed nations, and we need to leverage the advantage of demographic dividend. And today, either Andhra Pradesh or the country as such, we have a very strong vision to produce global citizens. Thanks to Y2K, the problem that shook the world, and in Indian youth are recognized across the world. See, the IT industry has grown very strong, particularly in India. For a long time, it has grown 20% year on year. And millions of youngsters could find their placements in this sector. And their presence is felt across the country. They made an indelible mark, in the country. So Indian youth are now accepted across the country for their English communication skills, for their behavior, for their etiquettes, everything. They are accepted. And therefore, we also very quickly realized it is not enough we graduate them. It is not enough we produce identical graduates from this country. It is the mandate at this point of time for all of us, for the country as such, to produce global citizens. And this agenda is being taken up very seriously. I'm very, very happy today. I am at such a prestigious university today, and SRM always took a few long strides in the direction based on their conviction. And they have gone a little further and invited diplomats from various countries to showcase the opportunities, particularly in education here in this state of Andhra Pradesh. I take this opportunity to thank the management, particularly the Vice Chancellor of SRM University, the management. I know them all very well. They are such focused people. And they say, it needs a village to raise a child. But SRM, this village has been properly created. The art of raising the child is well understood by SRM. So I congratulate them, and I thank every foreign delegate who has come all the way here. I'm sure you will like your travel through Andhra Pradesh, and I wish you a very fruitful stay here in SRM. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity given.
Thank you, sir, with your kind words. That was truly enlightening. Well, now I must welcome our next guest, Mr. P. Samuel Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, he is the esteemed State Information Commissioner of Andhra Pradesh, with an impressive career spanning more than 2 decades in journalism. Mr. Jonathan has been a paragon of integrity, consistently delivering well-researched publications on critical topics such as socio-economic development, education, policy, and national politics. Throughout his illustrious journey, Mr. Jonathan has held prestigious positions at India's leading national English daily, The Hindu, The New Indian Express, showcasing his expertise in reporting on diverse range of subjects, encompassing polity, economy, energy, and industries. Beyond his journalistic accomplishments, Mr. Jonathan's insatiable curiosity for different cultures has led him to participate in several cross-cultural exchange initiatives, including the Rotary International's Group Study Exchange Program in India and Finland, and Middle European Student Indology Conference in Poland. An ardent proponent of knowledge, Mr. Jonathan has served as a distinguished panelist at international conferences such as Academic Conference on International Women's Day, organized in collaboration with UN and British Deputy High Commission, Hyderabad, by Deeds, and yes, we can. Additionally, he has shared his wisdom as a source person in writers' workshops conducted by esteemed organizations like the Salvation Army and NCII. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. P. Samuel Jonathan as a celebrated journalist and fervent advocate for the exchange of ideas to this esteemed platform.
Good morning and a very warm welcome on behalf of our lovely state, the jewel of East Coast, Andhra Pradesh. I hope you're all doing well, and thank you for many kind words, madam. At the outset, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the chairman of Andhra Pradesh State Council for Higher Education, Dr. Professor Hem Chandra Reddy Garu, and the Vice Chancellor of this world-class university, Professor Manoj Arora, and Honorary Council for South Korea, Sri Chukupalli Suresh Garu, Registrar Prem Kumar Garu, His Excellency High Commissioner of Zambia, Mustafa Jawara, and all the distinguished guests, diplomats from various countries. It's a defining moment, I think, in the history of the state itself to witness such a gathering of diplomats across the world celebrating this occasion. And this could not happen at a better time when India is claiming its place in the world, heading the G20 and playing a very, very pivotal role in the global order. India is aiming to create a place for itself by advocating the concept of Vasudhaika Kutumbam, one world, one family, one future. So this could not happen at a better time. We all know the change, the strategic shift in the global affairs, which had placed India at a very central and at a very strategic role. And a few words about Andhra Pradesh as well. Andhra Pradesh is having a vast coastline of 940 kilometers. It is also strategically located with a wide variety and window of opportunities, and home to most entrepreneurial communities in the world. It is led by a dynamic Chief Minister, Sri Jagannath Reddy Garu, who is not only one of the youngest, but one of the most dynamic Chief Ministers. And education is one subject which is very close to his heart. The government has already initiated path-breaking reforms in school education and higher education as well, including the introduction of English medium, the digitization of classrooms at the school level, and introduction of honorary 4-year degree course at university level, and introduction of skill-based and the emerging technologies as artificial intelligence, etc., in the higher education realm. So with this brief introduction, I would like to begin today's topic. Diplomacy is a word which has a wide connotation. It is the bridge through which nations meet, discuss ideas, explore opportunities, and foment the deepening cultural and economic relations. So India, is a historic country. Foreign policy is always at the center of India's policies, right from our first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru to Vajpayee to the current Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They have often spoken of India's role in the world through its culture, history, demography, and economic strength to provide the country with a strong foundation. India, has anchored several movements like non-aligned movement. But now we are speaking of a defining movement in which India is leading the world of countries, the Committee of Nations, the G20. Various factors have placed India into this role. We have seen how the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, China, India, South Africa, has augmented its place and forced the G7 to expand its role to G20. India has also advocated a strong advocacy of human rights, a strong advocacy of environment, and a strong advocacy of development. So you can see the leaders of the BRICS. So India's position in the world order has changed rapidly, which has given it a new reputation. And this is the meeting of the Quad. So, from the beginning, India has always adopted a kind of a non-aligned approach, neither taking sides nor keeping itself very distant. So we have seen how in the Ukraine war also, New Delhi has played its part, and the change in the geopolitics has forced the developed countries to recognize India as a strategic partner, and now we can see how this country is leading the group of nations. Now coming to the digital diplomacy, though I am not an expert in this, I just try to put my ideas. The digitization, as you can say, is now a very familiar word. So everybody is connected with one another, and we have often seen how the digital communication has transformed the world. So even in diplomacy, we have seen the digital diplomacy. It harnesses the power of technology and digital platforms. Like in any other field, even in diplomacy, digital diplomacy has taken a very prominent role. And we see how digital diplomacy involves the usage of tools, platforms, and technologies by governments, diplomats, international organizations to conduct diplomatic activities. The activities include social media engagement, online public diplomacy campaigns, virtual summits, and digital cultural exchanges. I give an example. The former British Deputy High Commissioner to Andhra and Telangana, Andrew Fleming, is a good friend of mine, and he used to use the social media platforms to present a unique cultural perspective of the state. He used to write blogs and post about the different culinary tastes of Andhra and the different places, the heritage, the history, the culture. So I found it very fascinating, with whom I had a chance to interact on a couple of occasions. So this is how it's a kind of, the advantages of using digital technology in diplomacy. And you can see the world is a global village. We can connect anytime, at any place, in any corner of the world. It's a click. It's just a click of a mouse away through all these social media platforms. So as I said, even as Professor Hemchandra had explained, I was also part of GSC 2011. We had a group visit to Finland, a very rare country, though, I never heard of it till I got a chance. So it's a very unique country with the Nordic way of life, culture, and it was fascinating to stay there for 30 days and extend my stay for another 1 month, where I had a chance to visit Austria, Czechoslovakia, and all the Middle European countries. I had a chance to participate in a couple of workshops, and present my presentation on different topics. So at the time, the social media, usage was not so wide. I used to have like a Facebook and all. So I used to communicate, write blogs, and through Facebook I used to communicate. I used to, share my insights about visiting different places in Finland, sharing the unique way of life, the unique culture, and the unique lifestyle, and of course their school education reforms and their focus on the vocational training and the vast tourism opportunities. So I did use and I found it very, very interesting. As I said, we have seen some examples. So yeah, it's an advantage for the governments to leverage the social media and digital technology to shape public opinion, counter-narrative, and build international goodwill. So as we can see, the recent visits of Prime Minister Modi to USA and Europe, they widely played in the media, and they had helped the governments to build a narrative on this foreign policy. And this can be very engaging. You have a lot of options. You can do interesting storytelling by videos and audios. And through digital diplomacy, you can also do your bit in crisis management and conflict resolutions. And when two people are staying at different places, you can always use the media, social media, digital technology to communicate instantly. And so as a result, you can actually eliminate biases, you can eliminate misconceptions, etc. So of course, it's a double-edged sword. The digital space is also a space for a lot of fake and misinformation. So one has to be very careful, and one has to put in place all the checks, so that the fake information doesn't spread and create much more complexity. So at the outset, digital diplomacy is now a very, very useful tool, and I think all the governments in the world have adopted it. It's going to play a very major role in future also. So with this, I end my presentation, and thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much. That was so informative, I must say. Well, there is good news and there is a bad news. Not really. Well, the good news is that we are just jumping into panel discussions. And so this first panel discussion that we have is enhancing diplomatic relations through educational and cultural exchanges. The moderator is Dr. Harsha Bhargavi Pandiri. She's an Assistant Director, Public Relations, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. We also have panelists with us, Mr. Suresh Chukapuli, Honorary Consul General, Republic of Korea, His Excellency Mr. Mustafa Jawara, Gambian High Commissioner. I would request them to stay back, please. Mr. Richard Chen, Director General Taipei Economic and Cultural Center, Mr. Peter Hobwani, Zimbabwe Deputy Ambassador, and last, but definitely not the least, now we have Professor Vishnupad, Dean of School of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences. I would request everybody to come on the dais, please. Education and wellness. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. We have Mr. Richard Chen with us, who is Director General, Taipei Economic and Cultural Center, an individual whose remarkable accomplishments has left an indelible mark in the realm of international relations and economic cooperation. Mr. Richard Chen, a visionary leader and Director General of Taipei Economic and Cultural Center in Chennai. Throughout his illustrious career, Mr. Chen has held esteemed positions at various Taiwanese government overseas offices, including Houston, St. Vincent, and Kiribati, Marshall Islands, and Fiji. We welcome you here, sir. We have Mr. Peter Hobwani, Deputy Ambassador, Embassy of Republic of Zimbabwe. Peter Hobwani, an esteemed diplomat currently serving as Deputy Ambassador at the Office of Zimbabwean Embassy in India, with an illustrious career in foreign affairs and extensive involvement in international organizations, Mr. Hobwani plays a pivotal role in advancing bilateral relationships between Zimbabwe and India, cultivating partnerships that have mutually benefited both countries.
Thank you, Dr. Harsha. I didn't quite catch your name. I wasn't sort of necessarily supposed to speak in the beginning, but let me start. So I'm Dean of Liberal Arts, School of Liberal Arts and Social Science here. I'm 4 months old in this institution. I've tried to gather as much information as I could as to what we do with international students and so forth, and as to how do we collaborate with various universities, various countries outside India. So in terms of just giving you some numbers, we have, if I recall correctly, about 29 students coming from 29 countries. There are about 180 students here. And I think we do a pretty good job in trying to immerse them in the experience of not just this university, but also, the local regional culture, society, and so forth. Dr. Shweta would obviously be a better person to tell us about, how all we accomplish that. But that's in some ways one of the first things I would like to in some ways point out, that it's an incredible presence in terms of the number of countries that we're actually bringing to a place like Amravati. It's a small sort of rural setup in a certain sense. One of the things I would like to sort of speak about in and through my own experience, as a student some 20 odd years ago in the United States, the experience of a 22-year-old, 24-year-old traveling, not just to your own country, at some point I did that myself, but I first moved to Delhi and then finally moved to the United States to do my, PhD and so forth. It's an experience of extraordinary dislocation, right, in all kinds of ways. And a different socio-cultural milieu, a political milieu, reconstitutes or reassembles in various ways. There are moments when you begin to disappear because no one is really connecting with you, and so forth. I'm hoping what we do in SRM is just the opposite, which is to say that we draw them in. I've had conversations with Shweta about it. So we give them a different kind of, setting where they can begin to find their place, even in a supposedly alien land. Well, initially, obviously alien, but in due course of time, adapt. We try and ensure that they adapt to our, social cultural milieu and so forth. Now, in terms of exchanges and so forth, I mean, it happens at two levels, right? On the one hand, there are all kinds of exchanges happening for the longest time, vis-a-vis India. We heard the 3 or 4 speakers in the morning already. There is a way in which, for the longest time, India has participated, with countries across the Indian Ocean on both sides extensively, and for at least a couple of millennia through, let's say, maritime trade and so forth. But if one were to look at the recent times in a certain sense, one would think about, let's say the Indian nationalist movement. I mean, one of the fundamental trajectories of Indian nationalist movement, begins in South Africa with Gandhi, right? I mean, that's the period of incubation for him, so far as his, idea of Swaraj, his idea of nonviolence, et cetera, which obviously legacy with that continues with someone like Nelson Mandela and so on. So the cultural exchanges, cultural, intellectual, political, et cetera, all those exchanges have been taking place for the longest time. Similarly with any number of, thinkers, scholars, nationalists. I mean, in a certain sense, to call, a Gandhi a nationalist, right? Or to call a Julius Nyerere a nationalist, or a Senghor a nationalist, would be to, in some ways, to limit them, right? And there is a way in which, negritude, Senghor's idea, in a certain sense, obviously it's very particular in the sense that it responds to its own place, but it's also a meditation on human condition, right? It's responding to, similarly Gandhi's thought. Gandhi is not an easy nationalist, I mean, his thinking is thinking about human condition fundamentally more than anything else. Now, so aside from all these exchanges that have taken place, I mean, I used to be a student of politics at some point in Delhi University some 30 years ago, 25 odd years ago. So all these thinkers we have, from Africa, we have sort of read about and, thought about, meditated on, and so on. Now, beyond these sort of larger meta exchanges of certain kind, there is a huge presence of students both from East Asia and, several African countries, in India, generally speaking, but also, as I said, in SRM and so on. The idea would be to institutionalize, some of the ways in which their experience can be enriched and so on, right? I mean, so that's in some ways the broader,
Keeping the flow of this point is institutionalizing the cultural exchange programs. So today we had MOU with Gambia. So I would like His Excellency to speak on how will you see the educational exchange as a pathway to enhance its workforce skills and empower your youth.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I have to first of all thank SRM University for giving us the opportunity to be here today and to sign this MOU. And we also have to thank the Department of International Relations for the outreach. I also have to thank the ICCR, the Ministry of Culture, under the Ministry of External Affairs, for the formidable job they have been doing over the years. Since I have been here 2 years now, I came with 3 objectives, and that is to make sure that I work on health. As you may all know, Gambia is a small country, less than 3 million people, and we have some health care challenges. And India is one of the destinations for our patients in health tourism. And it was my responsibility, it's my responsibility to work with India hospitals to make sure that Gambians can come here to get medical care that is affordable to the government. And the second objective is to make sure that I partner with educational institutions to get education for the Gambian students. And since I have been here, we have over 100 scholarships for Gambian students. At some universities, we have over 15 people who came during my time, and some of these people are doing PhD. And I have extensively traveled this country, and I have signed various MOUs with universities to give us this opportunity. And the third one is investment. But one particular thing that I want to mention about SRM University, the impression that I had before I came here was good. But as we were approaching the university, I saw the building. I thought to myself, wow, this is it. Because sometimes, you know, the building can tell you how serious the people are. And when we approached this university, I knew that there is seriousness in this campus. And I can work with this, you know, the faculties, the team in this campus to make sure that the Gambian students have good education. Because there is a perception that Africa is lacking behind. And I think that's a worldwide, you know, perception. But that is not true. Africa is not lacking behind. We are being educated. We are getting education. If you go, you know, go across this country, almost every state, you have Africans there. Today, we have a Gambian student here. It is all over across the country. So education is important to us. In this day and age, no country would prosper without education. I came from a background, educational background. I worked at the University of North Carolina State University for 14 years. And I have lived in the US for 27 years. I know the value of education. And I want the people of the Gambia, the students, to come here to India and get education. And I think this partnership that you know, we signed MOU is a pathway to that process. And I am honored to be here with you all.
With your thoughts, sir, His Excellency. So we will move forward with the points that he mentioned, how important is education for the country and what they are looking for, particularly in SRM University and the whole country as such. So for this, technology plays a key role. So Taiwan is known for its technology. And Mr. Richard, can you please enlighten us with the potential collaboration that India can have, or the youngsters, in especially skill development in electronics and research, joint research opportunities, and also cross-cultural understanding. Can you please highlight on this?
Thank you, Dr. Hasha. It's an honor to join this panel. First of all, I would like to give you a little background about my office. You may be not familiar with the name of my office. The Taipei Economic Cultural Center in Chennai, we serve as a Consulate General of Taiwan. And we cover 5 states that include, of course, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Karnataka, and Kerala. And I guess you may have heard recently there are big announcements by the Taiwan-based company Foxconn. They are going to make big investments in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Of course, they already have a big factory here in Sri City. And when people speak of Taiwan, they think of the semiconductor. This is what your Indian government, you are looking for. And Taiwan, we are famous for the semiconductor manufacturing. We are responsible for over 60% of the global market in terms of the chip, the semiconductor. And if we look at the high-end semiconductor, we are responsible for over 90%. One of the jobs in my office that we facilitate Taiwanese investment in the 5 southern states. And we are also promoting the education and cultural exchanges within the 5 southern states. And now we have a Taiwan Education Center with the SRM University. We send a Taiwanese teacher to teach Mandarin. And of course, at the center, the students, they can learn not only the Mandarin, they can only know about our culture. We also have scholarship programs for Indian young people. We have the Taiwan Scholarship sponsored by the Ministry of Education of Taiwan, and we have the Taiwan ICDF Scholarship that is funded by the International Cooperation and Development Fund. And we also have the Taiwan MOFA Fellowship. It is a program that's designed for scholars of Indians that they can do research related to Taiwan. And the terms are from 3 months to 12 months. So we have a lot of programs that we are doing that we are going to promote the cultural and educational exchanges with India. And of course, we have the internship programs. We have the Taiwan Education Experience Program that is funded by the Ministry of Education of Taiwan. And we have the other internship program, that's the International Internship Pilot Program. It is under the aegis of our National Science and Technology Council. So we have a lot of programs that are available for the SRM students. And since our office, we cover the 5 southern states. And of course, if any SRM students, they are interested in those programs, they are more than welcome to contact us. Thank you.
Internships are very important for industrial experience, especially for the students and pursuing students. So keeping this as a flow of communication, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Peter. So despite there are economic challenges in the country, so how do you strategize or see that there is an inclusivity of youngsters from your country in the exchange programs of cultural and also educational?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Well, first of all, I would like also to thank the SRM University for inviting us to this function. And also I recognize His Excellency the High Commissioner who is with us here, and also the university management. Yes, first of all, maybe I'll just reiterate what the High Commissioner has said about education programs for African students. The fact that India is increasingly becoming the country of choice for most African students who want their African countries who want their students to benefit from this increasingly highly technical education. And I'm pleased to, I was glad to hear that this university also focuses on mostly technical education, which is what Africa is craving for, in order to bridge this gap, technology gap that we have. And I don't know whether this is by design or a coincidence, but this function is happening just 2 days after the launch of the portal, Study in India portal jointly by the Honorable Minister of Education and Minister of External Affairs, where they are really saying, well, we want to place India at the center of global education, particularly in attracting students from the developing world. And of course, this dovetails well with India's decision when it assumed the GA presidency G20 presidents to say we want to focus on the interests and aspirations of the global south. So getting to the education sector, maybe I'll go a bit historical if you are talking of education and culture and educational exchanges. A week ago, I was invited to a function at the India Africa Center, India International Center in Delhi, where the issue was India's heritage and its culture, Indian culture, and its impact in various areas of the world, going historical. So at that function, which I was also a party to, I really sort of focused on the historical heritage linkages between India and Africa. That as far back as the 14th century, even before colonialism, we had interaction between what was then Southern Africa, but not yet. Of course, the countries were not really named as they are today because there was no colonialism. We were just communities staying in Africa. So, but from the southern part of Africa, we had what was called the Monomtapa Empire. That was in what is now Zimbabwe, but it also covered areas that included Mozambique, northern South Africa, Botswana, and so on. At its height, it covered those areas. But there was already interaction in terms of trade between the Indian subcontinent and the Southern African region. But also already cultural and educational exchange was taking place. And from history, we learned that the Monomtapa Emperor at one stage sent his own son to Goa to get educated and also train as a priest. This was in around 1650. That was long before colonialism. And after being ordained as a priest, he then worked as a priest in somewhere close to Mumbai. So that was just to show that this is not new. And now, at this stage, we are having a situation whereby we have many students coming from Africa and also wanting to benefit from what India is offering. So just as by way of introduction, this is the link I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for explaining us and enlightening us about the rich heritage of your country. And now we move on to continuing the rich heritage and culture. India is more, especially the youth, are moviegoers or media watchers. And right now, the influence is more on the Korean drama, Korean culture, and I find many youngsters learning Korean language. Many applications have come up. So we see there is an increased number of Korean learners in India. So I would like to ask Suresh ji regarding what is the potential of for India, or especially the youngsters, to learn more about the entertainment industry or the theater industry that's being evolved and it has boomed in India, capturing all the youngsters of India.
Thank you, Dr. Harsha. I'm really happy to be here today, and thanks to SRM for initiating the diplomatic initiative here. But unfortunately, I don't see any youngsters who are interested in K-pop or discussion on culture or anything, because I see only the invitees here. I don't see who I should address. So the first, to begin with, I'm not a pessimist, but to begin with, I think such a great initiative and so many diplomats and so many people are coming. I think this is a forum where the entire faculty, the students, and entire team of SRM should listen and understand what international affairs and diplomatic affairs can help and give to your institute. As the High Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner and all said, everyone is looking at India now. And more so towards the Indian educational institutions. It is a two-way exchange. It is not only the international students coming here for further education, maybe from Africa and other countries, but our students going to countries like US, UK, Korea, Japan, and Australia, Canada, and other countries. The higher education prospects in most of the advanced countries are definitely something where all the universities should look at. I would recommend that you start an international club in your institute, because many universities and institutes have started this international club, where the students run the club and they connect with all the global institutes and help the students to go to whichever university they want for further studies, get scholarships, so many things like Taiwan. I remember, I think 2 days ago, they've announced 160 crore scholarships for Indian students. Similarly, in Korea, we have several universities having billions of dollars as reserves, which are being utilized for research, for scholarships, and for fellowships and many things. So we should understand, the faculty should also understand that there is a lot of opportunity for exchange of students. Not only that, exchange of faculty also. For a few months, you go there, do a joint research, with other universities. We have helped many Indian institutes go to Korean universities to do joint research, fellowship, and they pay a lot of stipend for fellowship. Students, 100% scholarship. If there is a meritorious student, we get 100% scholarship, including some universities give airfare, housing, and stipend also. So these are some of the things which normally students don't know. So when you create a club, when the senior faculty goes and mixes with them, and when diplomats like us come, we can exchange ideas with them, or they can reach out to us in our offices and take some information. So that is one on education. And mind you, I'm telling you, I should not say about any other European languages. I'm not against any of that. But the day of the Spanish, the French, and the German is over, because there are no more opportunities for them to get jobs in those countries. Today, the opportunities are there in Asian countries like Japan, Korea, Taiwan, China. These are the countries which are having a lot of opportunities. They're looking at a lot of people from India. In the last 1 month, Government of India has initiated a lot of programs where delegations have gone to those countries for skill development, training, and other things. Nursing, engineering, facility management. These are the big opportunities which are available in all these countries. But unless the students learn a minimum language of those countries, it is difficult for you to go there. Not only in those countries, but if you learn those languages, all these countries have a lot of industries in India. Like, for example, Taiwan, I'm sure they have about 500, 600 large companies in India. Korea has got about 900 large companies. Japan has got about 1,200 companies. So all these companies also absorb a lot of students who know their language. So my recommendation or request to SRM is to kindly start teaching these languages. Now I think you have already started Taiwanese. So look at Korea and look at Japan. And these will give a lot of support to your students to grow further. And as far as the cultural activities are concerned, because this is also for culture, from Korea we bring a lot of cultural teams to collaborate with India, and we do a lot of programs. I have done many programs in Guntur and Hyderabad, also in Chennai. Taiwanese also are doing many programs. So it will be wonderful to have a connect with universities and definitely do maybe K-pop music show here, competitions here, or even film screening, theatre and drama here. So we'll be very happy to help and support any initiative of SRM, particularly because this is my home district. So I'm very, very keen to support anytime, whatever you want. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for extending such a invitation. I would like to understand from Professor Vishnu, what kind of facilitation do you give for the international students, and what are the challenges do you face?
I might just quickly respond to the, Mr. Suresh's points and so on. Our International Relations and Higher Studies Directorate, as a matter of fact, is doing some of the things that you just mentioned, which is to say that we have student abroad programs, we facilitate the travel of faculty to various countries. We have MOUs across various universities in US, in Australia, in Europe. Yeah.
Because US, UK, Australia, Canada are something which is always in your radar. But there are no more opportunities in those countries, let me tell you. No jobs. So I think universities should now focus on Asia. Please.
That's very well taken. As a matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, we had the Taiwan Education Center come to us, and we extended. So they've been, with us for the last 2-3 years, if not longer. You're absolutely right. I mean, we have to, in some ways, move into some of these other East Asian countries, and precisely for the kinds of reasons that you just mentioned. Mandarin is something that we already teach in this place. There are other languages we should probably extend and explore and extend and figure out how to, in some ways, do that. If I could get your question quickly, you were saying what
kind of facilitation do you do in your university? What are the challenges? Because you handle, I can see many international students here. So.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, I'm about 4 months old here, and one of the things I was surprised by was, I was in Bangalore, and I was in Azim Taim University, you might know about the place. But after coming here, I realized I'd never seen so many international students on campus. There was one of the things that surprised me, and I remember having conversations with Dr. Shweta about another faculty as well. So challenges, it's for me, challenges for us in some ways as to how to, I've been through the education system for a long time. I was outside the country for a long time as well, but there is a way in which there is a ghettoization of people who come from outside. It was the same as what happened to us when we went to, a small town in New York State, university town and so forth. You suddenly realize all the Indians are hanging out together. There is a way in which you don't mix and so on. It changed once I went to another university in New York City. There was a different cultural orientation in that place. I saw that happening in Delhi University when I was there, for instance. A lot of students from Africa, East Asia, and so on, but they were all... So one of the challenges that we face, it seems to me, is the ways in which a true cultural exchange can take place. And the idea of clubs, for instance, that's very well taken again. We must have these clubs where these kinds of exchanges happen. I do know that many of the clubs do exist and these kinds of exchanges do happen. I also know of moments, events where many of the students from Africa have participated in all kinds of things and won awards in, not only in our university, but also in Andhra Pradesh and so forth. Dr. Shweta can tell us sort of more about these specific incidents and so forth. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Vishnu. So, His Excellency, if you can answer, we find lot of videos from South Africa, especially the travel videos and vlogs showcasing the culture of South Africa. I find many YouTubers have traveled to South Africa to visit that particular places, especially to understand the culture there. So when our students, means Indian students, are going to South Africa, what kind of cultural exchange orientation happens, or any kind of such program is there?
Very, very, very good question, but unfortunately, I am not from South Africa. I'm from West Africa. but I have the general understanding about what you are talking about. It is my objective, and every university that I go to, before I even sign MOU, I make sure that I sit down with the university officials to discuss about cultural awareness, cultural diversity, because when, for example, students of, from the Gambia or any part of the world or Africa come here, there are so many challenges that they encounter. And without the cultural sensitivity awareness, it is practically impossible for them to adjust, especially within a very short period of time. And because of that, the academic challenges that they have is it mounts up, right? So, cultural, student exchanges, students from, for example, SRM University, going to the University of the Gambia to study, to spend a semester there, to learn the culture of Gambia. But because, there is a perception that, cultures are different. Yes, there is a difference, in cultures. But the perception, the intensity of the difference is highly overrated. I have spent 2 years in India, and I have, traveled across this country. My conclusion is that cultures are not that different. Cultures are very, very similar. And if the professors from Indian universities go to African universities, they also learn about how this cultural dynamics works. It helps in their teaching methodology, right? When they come here, because it is obvious that when students come to this country, right, they also face some form of discrimination. We understand that, because, for example, I am a non-veg. Probably, most Indians are, vegetarians, right? So when, students come, from the Gambia, for example, they face that challenge, but they have to adjust. I told them that, vegetarian food is healthy. You have to adjust. You cannot complain to me. When a student called me and complain about, well, this university, they only serve this, I say, adjust. That is how life is. If you go from your home, you go outside, you have to adjust how they live. So that should not be a problem. But, it's an awareness that should be there, right? So, between Africa, Gambia and India and these various universities, I think this, movement of people from one side to the other helps in the, cultural education process. And I definitely, I'm grateful, for the government of India through ICCR and the Study in India program, because, they have created that atmosphere. Our students are coming here. They are not only getting education, but they are also learning Indian culture, right? So when they go out to the Gambia, that is an asset. If you learn other people's culture, you create, this, pool of knowledge that when you go, you can also share to, to other people. So it's a healthy process, A few weeks ago, I signed a MOU with ICMEI, International Chamber of Media, industry, entertainment industry, Sandy Marwa. The purpose of that MOU is to create a process where his studio would be able to assist Gambian artists, to have that cultural exchanges. Our artists can come here to understudy, because India, when we grew up in the 70s and 80s, everybody knew about Indian movies, right? My wife could speak a little bit Hindi because of those movies in the 70s and 80s, and even now Indian movie is prevalent in the Gambia. And anywhere you go in the evening, kids, women, they watch Indian movies. So that kind of awareness, cultural exchanges, I think is healthy for our two countries, or our continent and the Indian subcontinent.
Thank you, His Excellency. Let me understand from Zimbabwe what kind of skills, especially youth, are looking for, and where is the potential collaboration for Indian institutions to help out in skill development and entrepreneurship courses.
Thank you for that. Yes, maybe I can first sort of assist with the question you had asked His Excellency the High Commissioner on South Africa, because I come from a neighboring country, and I also served in South Africa for 6 years. So it's an example. They call themselves the Rainbow Nation. It's because they have different cultures which they actually promote and they celebrate. And every year on 24 September, they have a day they call Heritage Day, where they showcase all their different cultures. So it's an indication already. Of course, the topic says across borders, but there's also an indication that even within borders, you can actually share cultural exchanges. And this is something I've realized also when I came to India. I'm here 1 year now, and I've traveled to different parts of the country, but I have seen that there are also maybe different cultural traits that we've witnessed. And maybe I might just say I attended an event in April. This was the second International Youth Festival, whose theme was One World Event at a lovely professional university in Punjab. This was organized by the Association of Indian Universities, and participants came from 22 universities, which have thousands of students from Africa, 50 countries, including 27 countries in Africa. So that was one event that I witnessed to be an event that can actually help our students integrate into Indian society, because it included a cultural parade where the students from different African countries would showcase their cultural programs, their dances, their artifacts, and so on. And also, of course, they would also have Indian students among them when they do that cultural show, who would have learned about it. And also Indian students would also show their cultural performance together with the African students. So to me, that was an event that showed that, this is a way to go in terms of this one world, one family concept that India has adopted for the G20. In terms of the question you then asked me about the skills that our students, I had already said earlier on that in India, most of our students, and I can confirm that for Zimbabwe, students have taken India as the country of choice in terms of getting study, in terms of actually technical courses. And this is why I was saying I'm glad that this launch of the Study in India portal will actually facilitate Indians, students from Africa and other regions making their applications, because so far they were having a bit of problems also in terms of maybe getting the visas, and also, of course, connecting with the universities. So I think from the Zimbabwe perspective, it's really they're attracted by the quality of the technical courses that they get here. Thank you.
One last question, it can be answered from Korea or Taiwan. So I have a doubt, like sometimes there is an uncertainty in the world because of certain global relationships. So how can we have sustainable exchange programs? Any such kind of strategy or policy decision can happen without affecting the children, especially when they are going for some educational program or on internship? Anyone can answer.
You want to answer or you want me to answer?
You can answer first.
Okay, thank you. See, uncertainties are a part of this world now. So, today, suddenly Ukraine and Russia go to war, and our students who are sitting in Ukraine are to be evacuated, and they get out of the country with a lot of difficulty, and thanks to the country. So, we have to face these challenges always, and the answers are always dynamic. So when Ukraine got into war, government of India evacuated them, and now they are trying to put these students in some colleges so that their careers don't. But let us not worry about uncertainties when they come. Let us look at the present and focus on the present and see how we move forward. There is no guarantee that we will live. I go out of the door. I might collapse here. So let us not worry too much about uncertainties. As far as today is concerned, majority of the countries are safe. There is no issue with those countries, except a few small, minor incidents, which even happen in India. So I think what we need to focus more is where higher education opportunities are there, focusing on research and fellowships are available. The second thing is job opportunities. The mindset of our students and our children that only the Western countries give us a great life and great job opportunities is a misnomer now. So we need to put it in the brains of our children is that no, not only West, but also East and other countries also can give us opportunities. And today, once you are talented, there is no limit for your opportunities. And I'm 100% sure SRM University, with all their experience for the last 40, 50 years experience in Chennai and other places, they know how to put their students on the right path. At the same time, initiative like this with the diplomatic connect will easily help the students in getting connected to those universities, getting visas, getting scholarships, and getting more and more information about those colleges. So I would strongly recommend that the students look at the entire world, not only towards West. Like a High Commissioner saying Africa, our students can go there and do a lot of research on how African cultures are. The liberal arts department can go there and do a lot of exchange of faculty and students. So there are many things which we can do within the scope of our Vasudaika Kutumbam or Vasudaika, whatever we call. The entire world is a small family now. So with that, I think we should be very, very positive in whatever we are looking at. But definitely, I think the moment you start an international cultural club, you already have about 150 students. The registrar was telling me another 100 students are joining this year. 250 strong foreign students and local students joining that club. So you will have a great mixture of culture and other things. They will do. And mind you, African students dance very well and sing very well. So please, I think, High Commissioner, am I right? Yeah. So I think, they should teach our people the music and dance. Yeah.
Speaking of the job opportunities that Taiwanese companies they can offer, that I would like to mention that the Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company, TSMC, every year they come to India to recruit young talent. I think every year they recruit about 50 of them, and now they have about 500 or 600 of them, and they even have a small Indian restaurant. Yeah, I mean, in their complex. And besides that, since I arrived in February, I met with Taiwanese companies on a weekly basis. And, right now, because of the trade conflict between the United States and China, it's a global trend that a lot of companies, they would like to diversify their supply chain out of China. And we, Taiwanese government too, we would like to encourage Taiwanese companies to move out their factories out of China and to South Asian countries like, of course, including India. And right now, I just mentioned now we have quite a few big investments announced by the Taiwanese-based Foxconn company. Foxconn is they announced about, I put it in US dollars, $200 million US dollars in Tamil Nadu and $500 million US dollars in Karnataka. Foxconn, they assemble iPhones for Apple. They assemble 70% of iPhones for Apple. They are one of the biggest electronic manufacturers in the world. And a lot of Taiwanese companies, they said that they would like to hire Indians. They can speak Mandarin. And that's why we encourage students, including the students of SRM, to learn Mandarin. And now we work with 26 universities across India. And we have the education centers set up there. And we are looking forward to working with more universities because India is a big country. 26 universities just a drop in the bucket. So we are looking forward to working with more universities across India. We would like to set up more Taiwan education centers in India. If you can speak Mandarin, you will be more equipped to get a job with a Taiwanese company, and you are more likely to get a scholarship. I mentioned every year we provide a lot of scholarships to Indians. And this year, we just, we have our head office in Delhi. It serves like an embassy of Taiwan. They just announced, I think, around 60 or 50 scholarship to Indian this year. So there are a lot of opportunities. And speaking of the internship, students, they can also get internship with, I think your school, I think you work with some of the Taiwanese companies, Taiwanese universities. Yeah, they can work with some Taiwanese company in Taiwan. When students, they are doing their internship in Taiwan, they can also do the internship with some of the Taiwanese companies. And after the internship, they are very likely they can get a job with the Taiwanese companies. I think it's a win-win situation because in Taiwan, we are facing the aging population. We have the lowest birth rate in the world. And we need young talent. So that's why we welcome Indians, especially the bright Indians, to work in Taiwan. And of course, they are more than welcome to study in Taiwan too. Thank you.
I think what Brother Richard mentioned is the same with Japan and with Korea. People are aging and population is coming down. So young people are required there to help the country economy. So I think, as I mentioned in the very beginning, that these three languages are very important. And if I may, to the Vice Chancellor, if you want to start Korean language, I would recommend that I can talk to the FLU Vice Chancellor, where they run the Korean language course. We can do a three-way collaboration where, they send their faculty and they train and they issue the certificate also, which is a valid certificate across the world. Yeah, thank you.
In fact, certainly we should do that. I must tell you that already we have collaborations with 6 Korean universities. Sejong University, Yonsei University, Chonbuk National University, Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology, Myeongji University, and Seoul National University.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Our faculty members are doing a lot of good research, and there is a lot of faculty and student exchange there.
Wonderful. So you have the top 2 universities in that 6th list.
Correct.
I'm a honorary ambassador for Yonsei University. So it's wonderful to begin with. I think my office will also collaborate with you.
Correct.
And let us start the Korean language in this university.
Certainly.
And I'll talk to the FLU Vice Chancellor so that, the certificate, official certificate is issued for every student who does a diploma or whatever.
In fact, we have renamed our English language department to Languages and Literature Department.
Wonderful.
So already, in fact, many of our students are getting trained in Japanese language, of course Taiwanese as well, Mandarin, and in fact we are looking for such kinds of opportunities. And in fact, I must tell you that right now around 10 of our students are working in Japanese companies. So that way, I think we are having a strong collaboration with Taiwan, China, Japan. In fact, the day before I interviewed one Chinese national for a faculty position at our university. So that's how.
Manojji, let me tell you, being in this diplomatic world and from this district, I'm connected to every foreign country. So if you need any country's tie-up or support, you can reach out to me.
I'm going to chase you.
Now the floor is open for Q&A.
So, madam, we are really very, very welcoming when it comes to international relations. You asked that how are we facilitating. Already, I think you know that we have a strong Directorate of International Relations and headed by Dr. Shweta, who already had a lot of international experience. In fact, we offer tuition fee waiver up to 85% to international students. We also, in fact, if you go to our dining halls, there is a separate international students menu. So it's a parallel menu which also goes in, but they are mixing with each other. They are eating Indian food. Our Indian students are also eating international food, and it's low in spice. I mean, we are sitting in a very, very highly spicy wonderland, right? So we do take care of them, and I think we are providing them right kind of accommodation. So we are very, very welcoming. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Thank you, sirs, for coming around and for this wonderful program. I just have 2 questions. One,
Can you introduce yourself?
Okay, Sifa Zikojo Gabriel.
You can come forward.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I'm Sifa Zikojo Gabriel, a PhD scholar from CSE department. I have 2 questions. One, I want to know, in respect to the aspect of the international students, we find a whole lot of difficulty in getting visa. That's number 1 problem. After securing your admission, sometimes you might end up spending 6 months. Like in my own case, before coming here, I did my postgraduate here in India, in lovely Professional University. It took me almost a whole year to get my visa. Now, what is the relationship, or what it's the collaboration for the Indian government to help facilitating the aspect of visa for students coming around? Because at the end of the whole day, after getting admission, almost 50, if not more, students will not finally come, because by the end of the whole day, they've lost the whole semester, and then coming to cope after that is a problem. Secondly, I want to know the relationship or the provision made for students who come here to study for their internship. Now, sometimes a student will come and he doesn't really have the opportunity to mingle with other companies outside to get this real knowledge. They just end up going around just having this internship online and doing the internship somewhere. I think it would be very good if the university or other universities have a strong relationship with other companies where international students can go and get their internship programs too, without any form of biasness or kind of discrimination. So these are the things I want to ask. What are the practical efforts the school is making in these two parts? Thank you very much.
Manoj, I think he is asking the school. If you want me to answer, I will, but I think he's asking the school. Okay. Which country are you from? Nigeria. Okay. So let me answer you on the visa issue. So visas are issued by the Indian Embassy in Nigeria. So none of the foreign diplomats have any role in issuing visa to get into India. So if I want to go to your country, then if I want to go to Gambia, the High Commission issues the visa or the others. So it's a vice versa. So sometimes what happens is, it's a diplomatic relation between the countries. So if there is an issue on visa for Nigerian students, my suggestion is that you should approach your your Nigerian ambassador in India and inform him that there is a problem on getting visas for your students. He will take it up with the Ministry of External Affairs. Because in general, every country has the same problem. You know, many Indian students who want to go to US, 95% of them get rejected. So it again depends on what kind of opportunities and what kind of slots they have. I have at least a couple of hundred Nigerian students staying in Hyderabad. So I don't see any real reason, unless they have some criteria where they are delaying or rejecting visas for you. So in case if that is there, I think you should write formally to your Nigerian ambassador in Delhi so that he can take it up. Thank you.
And on the internship part, I think probably you are at the right place. Whether we talk of our UG programs, PG programs, or PhD programs, we have a very, very strong internship programs when we talk of sending students to various companies within India. About 1,000 companies are there on our list, and we do not distinguish between domestic students and international students. And whosoever is eligible, they can certainly go there. Unless the companies themselves have some restrictions on because of one reason or the other, strategic reason, if they don't allow, we can't help it. But otherwise, there is no distinction between domestic and international students, and everybody is most welcome to participate in our internship program.
I'll just add on to the 2 points. So one is ICCR has a facilitation center for international students. So if anyone has any issue, they can actually mail, and it's very responsive email you can. And I think Anil sir is also here. He can answer.
Hello, my name is Anil Trigunayat. I'm former Indian ambassador. So I can relate to what he's saying. Definitely there are certain delays. And at the Vivekananda Foundation recently, we have come up with a task force report in which we had invited the Ministry of External Affairs, secretaries and everybody. And some of these issues have been flagged. But the fact remains is that for the PhD, when you are writing your synopsis and submitting, even if the universities sometimes accept, there are certain other clearances that are required for long-term visas. And it does take time. It is probably the bureaucratic delays by various agencies. It is not something directly with the Ministry of External Affairs or the Home Affairs or others. So that sometimes that happens. There is a genuine issue also which we have been advocating for a very long time, and I have served in Nigeria, so I can tell this gentleman that the problem is that there was a difficulty in placement of various foreign students in the companies in India, as per the earlier rules. And they needed to really give them an employment visa and those kind of things. So those created issues. Those have been addressed now. So it depends on the companies for recruiting foreign students from universities and others, for which they need to work a little bit in advance. That's the practical problem. But I think that what issue he mentioned, we will have to address it. And I think that the universities that have foreign students must jointly also take it up at the highest level in India, that if we are having Indian students, like we always fight in the US, UK, everywhere else, that when our students are there, they should be given 1 or 2 years extended visa to continue to work. That will make India far more attractive. So I think that is something that's very important. Thank you.
I think, thank you, Ambassador, for clearing that. There are so many number of issues that international students, especially from Africa, are facing in India. This young man, what he just said, I can relate to it in so many ways, right? A lot of universities, when they are admitting students, they would promise them that we have placement opportunities for you. But when it comes to that, it's not available. In fact, right now we have a student who is at my High Commission doing his internship there. And we have now, opened our High Commission for our Gambian students because the universities would not give them that opportunity. And this issue, we'll be raising it with ICCR. There's another pertinent problem that African students are facing. And that is, for example, programs that are restricted. For example, pharmacy. BSc in pharmacy, right? There's a number of students that the government allocates for, I think, various universities, right? But sometimes what universities would do, they would admit African students in those programs. Instead of offering them bachelor's in pharmacy, they will give them a bachelor's in pharmacy technology. So now, when they go back, when they graduate and go back to Africa, there's a problem. Because in Africa, there's a board that would license these people. And they will license you if you have a BSc in pharmacy. Now you have a BS, whatever, in pharmacy technology. They don't consider that as equivalent to BSc. Because the programs are very, very similar, but because they cannot offer you that program, they change the name. And you go back, you find that program. And maybe some of the courses, they will give you courses that are irrelevant, that you don't even have to do. They make you do those courses. So when you go home, you are irrelevant. Your degree is not important. This is something that, it's kind of, bait and switch. that universities are doing across this country. And we have to look into that. That's why I make sure that before signing an MOU, we look into all these aspects of our students' lives, the totality of their lives in India. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? We have one more question. Please introduce yourself and you can ask the question.
Good afternoon. I recognize all dignitaries in your various capacities. I am called David Ochema. I'm a student in the Department of Management. I come from Uganda. I want to take this opportunity to thank the management of the university for having accommodated us here for our various programs, for giving us an opportunity, a platform to come and enhance our knowledge. I also want to thank the government of India, of course, for providing the opportunity through the various international relationships that we have. Now, I just have one issue that I want to pass over. Now, we have already been talking about cultural exchange. Now, we all appreciate that cultures vary from one place to another. So we'll expect that when we reach here, to do away with that culture shock, we will have some onboarding, some kind of orientation as international students who are taken through some program at the very initial stages to make us fit in, to understand what the culture in our new home, our new environment is like, so that we don't take 6-7 months to settle in. And if that happens, really, we take a lot of time to settle. Mentally, it affects us. And if it affects us in that way, it will ultimately translate into negatively impacting our academic performance when we are here. So my prayer is that when we get the new crop of international students, this kind of orientation takes place before any other thing else, so that at the end of the day, we are all on the same page and we continue moving together. Thank you very much.
So as you know that we are going aggressively in international students recruitment. Last year there were about 75 or 80 students, 150 total. But all these students came at different points of time during the semester. So therefore, we were not able to hold any orientation program exclusively for our international students. But this year, we have planned 1 week of orientation for all the international students when the maximum cohort will arrive.
To the university and to the student. This past Saturday, I was at Symbiosis University in Pune. They invited me for International Students Day. During that program, they also had a cultural dance show. where, Indian, students, Nepal, all over the, the world, they all came, they all had their, dance programs. And I was told that they have a cultural club. Once in a while, they organize that kind of programs where students will meet at a hall just like this, to mingle around. And that is very helpful to the psychic of the students. And it is also helpful in the cultural acculturation process. And what the university is doing, any program, they would kind of compete. From, the first winner, I was made to understand, they give 10,000, countries, Another, the second winner, maybe 8,000, this is how they do it. And they have been doing that, quite often. So if you go to that university, I mean, the cultural atmosphere is very impressive. And as you are young, I think this university can also emulate that kind of program. But also it takes one student to also approach the administration, for that, with that idea. So can we have a cultural club? I think the administration also would listen.
Thank you, His Excellency. We are running out of time.
Yeah, so, Your Excellency, so we have a very strong cultural diversity even on SRMAP campus. We have students who participate in our various clubs, students from different parts of the world. We have around 29 countries who are right now housing on this campus. We have students who have participated at state level competitions also in modeling, in beatboxing, in table tennis, and they have won even state level and district level championships. So we are encouraging that, and we have a lot of students. In fact, International Office has 2 international students who are working for us as interns. So we do have that, and we are making a strategic pathway where we can encourage more and more students to come into the streamlined process or the mainstream of Indian culture and Indian diversity. So I think we are on the right track, but definitely taken the inputs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. With the last note, I think this discussion has given a lot of connectedness with the students and also the panelists. And there were a lot of doubts and questions which can be resolved. I think we have now a liberal arts department also, which will, we will look forward organizing more cultural shows where international students will be mingled with the Indian students so that they understand each other. This is what the vision of SRM is. We look forward, and of course all the panelists have given assurance of their collaboration and offered a lot of invites, and it's very interesting session and enlightening session. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Last question here.
Thank you and for the program. It's a nice speech from the Gambian ambassador. Thank you, sir, and we recognize your presence here. I would like to say that we have a very good community of international students, and we are growing. But the thing is that we don't yet have like the societies of international students. Looking at our numbers are still growing, and hopefully in the future we can be able to implement your advice in our curriculum and in our university. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. This was truly a very enlightening session. I have to thank all the panelists right here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Suresh Chukapalli. Thank you. Thank you, His Highness Mr. Mustafa Javara, Mr. Richard Chen, Mr. Peter Hubani, Professor Vishnupad, and of course, last but definitely not the least, Dr. Harsha Bhargavi. Thank you so much. This was a very, very interesting session, myth-breaking. It has definitely cleared many doubts if people had. It has created a new set of things for all of us to think about education policies, about exchange programs for the students. Of course, whatever issues there must be can always be creased, and that is only through conversations. Good afternoon, everybody. I would request everybody to be seated. I'm sure we all had a good lunch, so we can settle back. It truly was very scrumptious lunch. I mean, it was so nice that I think if they serve us like this, I may want to settle down here. Well, I would like to welcome Dr. Vijay Pothukuchu. He's a researcher and a thought leader, an accomplished management researcher, Dr. Vijay Pothukuchu, with an illustrious 4-decade-long journey encompassing diverse industries across US, India, East Africa. Doctor has got profound contributions that have left an indelible imprint in the realms of digital technology, agribusiness, real estate, and management research. His unwavering dedication to harnessing digital technology for solutions and development challenges is vividly evident through his active advocacy and support for Verditum, a pioneer technology platform driving transformative changes in the development projects globally. As a visionary behind Midas Touch Infrastructure, MTI, Doctor's unwavering commitment to making luxury living accessible has redefined the Indian real estate landscape. A distinguished academic, his research endeavors alongside illustrious scholars and Nobel laureates have positioned him as revered through leader in global strategic management. Beyond his corporate endeavors, Doctor's influence extends to strategic consultancy for the governments of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So today we stand privileged to welcome Dr. Vijay Pothukuchi, a trailblazing leader, inspiring mentor, a prolific researcher. Let's put up our hands together for a warm welcome.
I think the lunch did me a disservice. Half of you must be asleep, and other half waiting for the session to be over. But it's my challenge to keep you awake. So at the end of the session, I'm going to ask you questions. What was there in each slide? So please remember the slide numbers. All right. Can we go to the next slide, please? Oh, okay. Is this working? Before I really talk, I'll make a couple of disclaimers. First of all, this is a combination of rigorous academic research and field implementation. And it's not mostly my own work, and it's not others' work. Yet, it's impossible to learn anything without understanding what others have done. So please treat that as such. In other words, the reason why I said this is that it's practical experience of what we have been doing and what we observe. And that's where I thought value is. So broadly, I'll be talking on 3 important underlying aspects. The first one is, if we look at the title, they said role of partnerships. The first one is, why is this important? Why this issue is important? The second one is, what are the prevailing challenges amongst and in the performance of partnership? And the third one is, what solutions do we have, not for any society level, but country level and across the board. So we will discuss in these three areas, and I'm trying to time so that we can move as per the time requirement. It's 2:40, I promise you, I'll close by 3 o'clock so that the next session can start. So first, why is this important to begin with? Why are partnerships important? This is the slide that all of us should be very familiar with, and it makes me very passionate. That is that 91.8%, close to 92% of world's population shares less than 14% of the wealth. That is a big problem. It's a big problem, not only for the societies, social unrest, but also how do you have growth? Growth is achieved only through consumption. And unless the wealth is distributed, there'll be no growth. Therefore, this is in fact a mother of all problems for human society as we speak today. And how are we doing? Everything that is dark, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with Gini coefficient. Gini coefficient is a coefficient that measures gap in wealth within the society. And whatever you see is dark is where income distribution and wealth distribution is a major issue. And you can observe that most of the world is covered with dark colors, not light colors. Therefore, we have a lot of work on hand. Does it mean that the world is not spending money? Trust me, world is spending close to 30% of world's GDP. If you club what is spent on ESGs, ESG investments, SDG projects, and impact investments, etc., anywhere between 55 to 60 trillion is spent in the world towards the SDG or social impact. Then the question is, what is happening? Why is this not showing up in results? That's where partnerships come in. These are typical structures of how social impact is created. Typically, there is a donor, and then there is an implementing agency. And the partnership is between the donors and the implementing agencies. This is an example that I've picked up, one of the projects that we did for IR&HS in Kenya, where it's a very large project and it's called ABCD. But due to lack of time, I'll not be dwelling into the examples, but needless to say that it's partnerships that make or break contribution. This is another example. The previous one had international donors. This is an example of a partnership between state government and implementing agencies. But nevertheless, it is still a partnership. I would think that Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, these are among the exceptions, who run their own social impact organizations. But most of the world operates through partnerships. And therefore, nothing is more important than understanding how these partnerships function, what are their challenges, and what options do we have to improve. And that's going to be the primary theme of what I speak in the next few minutes. If we observe the world around, there are some common aspects and there are some differentiating aspects. And partnerships have to function both across common aspects and differentiating aspects. And the question is, what common aspects can we borrow from so that we can overcome the challenges that we are facing? Let's look at the two sides of the coin. What are the challenges for donors? There is an issue in identifying what is the right intervention. So what are you targeting to do? There is an issue there. What might sound as intuitively correct is not necessarily correct. I'm going to establish that in a few moments. Second, they need help in identifying right implementing agencies. That's a lesser order problem, but still it is a problem. After doling out the money, there is no visibility or not enough visibility to the actual progress that is happening to be able to take any corrective measures. And most important, what is the credibility to the claims that are being made? There is a question mark. On the other side, recipients have a different set of problems. The biggest is they lack funds and they have limited capacity. Their networking is not large enough. And on top of all this, there are government procedures, and sometimes the institution of NGOs is used for other purposes than what they state are the claims. So as long as your two partners have limitations, your partnership does not function the way you want to be able to create the desired effect and impact. Oh, I'm far out shooting. So let me skip a bit further. At interaction level, cultures vary, and cultures vary in such a way that people focus on national cultures. But research shows that more than national cultures, it is the organizational cultures which establish the procedures and the way that companies work. When they differ, that causes a bigger problem in performance than what people otherwise might mistake for national culture. So whatever I'm showing you is basically established through statistical models. Now, when we go to the field level, the number of issues are enormous. They start from finding the partner, data collection, how do you manage data, and then how do you analyze, what risk mitigation strategies do you have? And finally, what do you make out of all of this data? That is it just for publishing and is the purpose limited to that, or do you go beyond and make the research work for further enhancements? So this is where I wish to spend more time. What are the strategies? The first and foremost is when you select a target or an intervention, that should be meaningful. And it should carry value. Here is a bit of research that we have done on emissions, carbon emissions. What carbon emissions mean to India, China, versus say a Finland or Iceland is totally different. Their problems are different, and the attributes and the solutions you ought to dwell with are different. What we have done here is we have taken historical trend and we have projected what would be the scenario going forward and what are the controlling mechanisms which are effective to be able to make more meaningful contribution while taking up the target or intervention, which is the first step towards achieving what is meaningful. Once you have made that step, how do you actually put everything together? There are so many methodologies. What I have mentioned here are some of them. But the more popular ones, such as log frames and RCTs, for which Nobel Prize was given a couple of years back, and so on and so forth. Each of the frameworks has an appropriateness and a situation in which it is meaningful and effective. So it's not enough just to say that we have picked up a framework, but it is equally important that you select a right framework. This is an example of how a log frame works. You first identify what impact you are trying to create and drag it to what will be the outcomes, what will be the outputs, and what will be the activities at the ground level, and how do you integrate activities to outputs, and how do you integrate and establish a relationship, a causal relationship between outcomes and outputs, and finally the impact. These are all the, or actually these are some of the challenges that we spoke about in the previous few slides. And all these need to be addressed for any successful project. Unless we did that, you'll not get the impact that you are desiring. Sorry, I'm skipping all those. I could go on and on the kind of challenges and how they can be overcome. But this is where, since there are a lot of donors and recipients here, this is where I would like to draw your attention to focus upon. How do you bring this entire ecosystem together so that they all work like a well-oiled machine? And this is a research that is done whereby they have seen how technology can help the world solve the biggest problem. And this is what they found. They found that by using appropriate technological frameworks, you can actually increase the stakeholder engagement by 40%, which means that the donors and the recipients are interacting better. Scalability and replicability, 60%. Data accuracy, 30%. Time efficiency, 30%. Cost savings, 20 to 30%. These are enormous benefits of using a technological framework and a platform whereby implementations can be improved around the world. The next one, what about other aspects? Is really technology going to be expensive? The answer is actually not. You improve on accountability, evidence-based decision-making, as opposed to mere intuition-based decision-making. Project performance efficiency, increase. Resource allocation prioritization, increase. So bottom line is, you need an all-encompassing solution that can, if possible, act like a plug-in to solve the problem. So if we were to compare, earlier, IT used to do MIS. Now companies have moved to ERPs so that there are no gaps. The same fix needs to be applied to social sector. We need a technology that is well researched into, that picks up the problems, well researched into, and adapts to the situation to be able to give right impact. There are several solutions from real life examples wherein this was found to be true. So what are the takeaways? How am I doing? I'll keep my promise. So first and foremost, within the story, there are 3 or 4 important points. First, select what you want to do, not by intuition, but as a data-based, researched solution, and apply it to the local area. One living example we have is that we all know organic farming is very good. But when you push it to the extreme limit, what happens is even a country's economic situation can get into trouble. We know that some of our neighbors have faced that. So in other words, before you take or stretch anything to the extreme, you ought to understand what is the level of impact on what you are trying to do. Then you need to design back-to-back systems that are agnostic to sector, region, size, and measurement models that organizations may want to take. Of course, you want to monitor and optimize on project performance and mitigate the risk of actually projects failing, and loop back all these findings into the research for next. If there is one slide that we need to spend a minute on, that is this. What you see here is a flow chart. But what we really need is health and life into this flow chart. All this looks good on paper, but how do you really bring life into this? That requires a change in attitudes or the software of SDG and partnership performance. Those who are willing to donate money, they should pick a meaningful research-based intervention. They should be serious to find out where that money is going, what good it is being put to, not just for an end outcome that is reported based on pictures and at a superficial level. You need evidence-based data. That was not possible in the past, but today it is possible because you've got smartphone technology that work offline and online. So create evidence and trust and verify. And then when it comes to recipients, there was a time during my childhood when railway reservations used to be very tough, but today it's not. Basically, the truth is technology solves a lot of problems. Those who are serious about work and those who do actually good work, this technology platform is a silver bullet for them. They can use this to solve all the problems that they face with respect to funding, with respect to visibility, with respect to networking, and so on and so forth. So in other words, in modern day, the way forward is to have a living relationship between donors and recipients. In other words, the partnerships that work on SDG implementations. I think that I have emphasized the most important aspects. There are close to 40 slides. Anybody who is interested in more data or otherwise, I'll be happy to share with them. But this is the main story that I wanted to say. If anyone has any questions, that will be a testimony to see whether people are still awake or sleeping. And there are no slide numbers, so there is no question from my side. So that was a trick question. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vijay. Actually, we didn't have any questions because of 2 reasons. One was that it was self-explanatory, and the other thing was You enticed us into this. Your thing that you put as a trick thing was, I'm going to ask you questions. So I was just listening to you so intently, like just any student, you know, कि कहीं मुझे ना पूछ लें. So I was really scared. Anyhow, this was really very interesting. We must move on to our panel discussion too. This is advancing SDGs through international partnerships. The moderator for the day, for right now, for this session, is Ambassador Anil Kumarji. Please, I welcome you on the stage. We have as panelists, Professor Bhardwaj Sivakumaran, Dean, Pari School of Business. We have Mr. Vikram Jain, Trade Commissioner, Canadian High Commission. Mr. Diogratis Dotto, Tanzania Head of Chancery. Mr. G.L. Gnana, let me give, by the time these people come on the stage, I have to give you some idea about the kind of great work that they're doing. So Mr. Diogratis Dotto, he is a consummate civil servant. Mr. Dotto's illustrious career boasts as a remarkable breadth of expertise in international relations, diplomacy, public policy, and analysis, and governance. His extraordinary journey has taken him on different pivotal roles, currently serving as the esteemed Director General of Taipei Economic and Cultural Center in Chennai. We have Bhardwaj sir. He is, of course, he's an outstanding teacher and he's taught at all levels, undergraduate, postgraduate, doctoral and executives, and he's loved by his students. He is renowned academician with more than 26 years of teaching, research, industry, and administrative experience. And prior to joining SRM University as a Dean of Pari School of Business, he worked as the Director, Research, and Bala V. and Vasantha Balachandran Chair Professor of Marketing at Great Lakes Institute of Management, Chennai. Then we have Yashida Riwal, a highly accomplished political analyst and esteemed head of political and economic department at the Honorary Consulate of Cambodia and Bangalore, with a very impressive academic background. Ms. Dariwal holds a master's degree in international relationship from Jadavpur University, a testament to her dedication to understanding the complexities of the global arena. Her expertise is truly exceptional, having previously served as a Chinese consulate in Kolkata, where she gained her invaluable insights into international relations, diplomatic affairs. Ms. Dariwal's in-depth understanding of socio-political developments, both in domestic and international domains, has really made her an influential figure in the field of politics analysis. We have Mr. G.L. Gnanatheva from Sri Lanka. He holds a bachelor degree in economics from University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka, and master degrees in financial economics from the University of Colombo. He underwent a number of overseas training in international trade, diplomacy in Geneva, Netherlands, South Korea, Malaysia, Singapore. Oh my God. That's a lot. He's also obtained 2 advanced graduate diplomas in international trade law, international trade policy from the World Trade Organization, Geneva, Switzerland, and Bangkok, Thailand. Then we have Mr. Vikram Jain. He has 15 years of professional experience in the area of international sales and business development, policy advocacy, government licensing, foreign direct investment promotion, networking, and industry institution partnerships. He has extensive sales and business development experience, has visited many countries in South Asia, North America, and Europe on the field visits. Well, we really look forward to a very interesting conversation right here. So please carry on. Thank you.
Namaskar. Good afternoon. I know it's a bit difficult, but Dr. Vijay has already spoke about all the possible frameworks as far as and they very clearly also plug into the way the SDGs could be implemented by various companies, governments, and others. So it has made our life a bit easier, Dr. Vijay. I'm happy to be part of this esteemed panel, which is in fact representing Asia, Africa, and the Americas. So you're going to have a viewpoint from each one. We are all hearing a lot about Global South. So whatever has happened, whether it was the growth paradigms of the developed world, the so-called Global South continued to suffer. Whether it is the pandemic, the Global South has suffered. Whether it is the Russia-Ukraine war, the Global South is suffering. So the inequality and the inequities have significantly increased. The world has agreed at one time that, okay, we are going to have millennial development goals. They were abandoned midway. The thought came, okay, let us start something called sustainable development goals. So in 2015, the United Nations agreed to have some about 17 odd goals. And if you just look at them, they are basically your overall existence. They really impact every dimension, every aspect of your life. But what are we seeing today, or what we have seen? One of the dimensions is, of course, climate change. There, the hypocrisy is pretty evident. Despite agreements, despite commitments, there is no green technology, no green finance. And we are talking of climate change. Russia-Ukraine war has taken it back to a very different level now. So nobody is talking really about SDGs. Or even if they are talking, they're talking in conferences for the heck of it, frankly. There are, you mentioned, some $60 trillion being invested. But where is it going? Whose benefit? That is something there, because we are seeing that just recently, 1 week ago, or 10 days ago, Russia pulled out of the grain deal, Black Sea grain deal. 8% food prices have increased in terms of the cost. Who is it impacting? There's no food. And then you have Russia-Africa summit. Just happened in St. Petersburg. Solution? Not to get back into the grain deal, but to provide some 50,000 tons of wheat to the affected 6 countries in Africa. Who are your partners? So it is somehow that you choose whom you want to help, but not what we talk as Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. Nobody is thinking of the world. In fact, the only country that thinks about it, which was mentioned by Professor Arora in the morning in our genes, is part of our DNA, because that's how we have been brought up. So what India tried to do is, when it assumed the presidency of the G20, the theme of it, which we all used to discuss in the think tanks, could be Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. The world is one family. And as was mentioned by Ambassador of Gambia, we were also looking at how to engage Africa a little more. And India has been standing with Africa and the developing countries for a very, very long time. Capacity building assistance. Education is the goal number 4. And climate change. And everything that is required, India tried its best to provide that assistance. We have seen the vaccine apartheid during the pandemic days. And the only country that stood up really openly for everybody's assistance, including we supply to 50,000 or 5 lakh doses to Canada. India is one country which supplied to 150 countries the medicines and over 100 countries the vaccines, despite having 1/6 of the world's population. That's an attitude. So until and unless the attitude changes, and you tend to think that we are not living in silos, if something goes wrong in one part of the world, it is going to impact the other part of the world. Climate change is very real. It is impacting everyone, every country, from the richest to the poorest. If the pandemics happen, we have seen the vulnerabilities of all countries are exposed. We have seen what happened in the West. Countries like India were able to manage somehow. But at the same time, these are the problems which require partnerships, which require solidarity, which requires a global action. And that's unfortunately is missing. New thing that we are now witnessing is something very different. Sanctions were always there, but is the weaponization of 4 Fs. Everybody talks about 3 Fs: food, fertilizer, and fuel. But we forget that the worst is the weaponization of financial instruments. And they are going to have a great impact on the overall well-being. So this is something that is, once again, India is trying very hard under the G20 to depoliticize these issues from the ambit of global geopolitics. Wishful thinking probably, but somebody has to raise the voice, and India is raising the voice. We also called the Voice of Global South Summit. 125 countries participated in that. It is not that we don't know what are the problems of being a part of the developing world, but the fact that India did invite all 125 countries to speak their mind, to tell in their own words what are the problems they have, and how those problems, their concerns, their wishes can be plugged with another 19 countries in the G20 format, was a task that India undertook on itself. So we have done rather reasonably well so far on SDGs, but we have poverty. Poverty is very much part of our lives every day. We see it. Education, we might be doing better, but still there's a long way to go. Climate change, we are taking some lead, but yet again, there is much more to be done. We talk about lifestyle for environment, a mission life. India knows how to live, so does Africa. So does many of the countries in the global south, that nature is your partner, is yours, can sustain you. And if you play around with nature, its fury, its wrath, everybody's going to feel. And that's what is probably happening. So we need to be careful. We need to work together. And now I would like to request the esteemed panelists, and I'll try to go as per the order that was given to me, even though I would have preferred a lady first. But as it has been given, so let's try to hear from Mr. Vikram Jain, who is the Trade Commissioner for the Canadian High Commission, exactly how they feel and how Canada is trying to help in the developing partnerships in the SDGs.
Thank you, Anil Bhai. First of all, let me thank SRM University AP, the entire senior leadership team and the IR department for organizing this wonderful event. I think it's a perfect platform for us to exchange in meaningful interaction, learn from each other. A successful development agenda requires inclusive partnership at global level, regional level, national level. So some of the SDGs points which Anil Bhai had briefly alluded to, I would like to touch upon some of those points where Canada is very, very actively involved. So gender equality, in fact, at High Commission of Canada, I'm part of the committee Gender Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. And at High Commission of Canada, we work with institutions here in India, and we ensure that all people have fair opportunity to participate employable opportunities here at High Commission of Canada. We promote several programs. There are training programs, there are orientation programs that are offered at High Commission, and that starts at headquarters in Canada. The other point which I would like to talk about is education. Universities and other higher educations have a very, very critical role in helping society achieve the SDGs through teaching, research, learning, and campus operations. And in fact, this is a very, very good example of what SRM University is doing, bringing all the like-minded people at a forum and where we are talking about some of the issues. So this is a perfect example of what SDG is trying to achieve. The High Commission of Canada, we work with several institutions of global repute, and the focus is on cross-sectoral collaborations, and climate change are some of those topics as well. In fact, recently, the G20 event which happened in Chennai, we had the federal minister visiting several institutions here in Chennai, and a lot of ideas were exchanged. The thing which I would, again, is very close to my heart is healthcare. I am part of the healthcare sector team at High Commission of Canada, and we work with institutions, all the stakeholders that are involved in the healthcare sector, whether it is the premier names, Apollo hospitals. We also work with companies, institutions which can develop affordable solutions. So one of the recent example, which is again very close to my heart, is we had a company in Canada which is from the West Coast, and they collaborated with AIG hospitals in Hyderabad. So basically the company was looking at data sets so that through this AI solution, surgeons will get data, and that will through AI, it will help surgeons perform surgeries more effectively. And that partnership was facilitated because it was a good example. There was a tech company in Canada which was developing AI solutions, and for that AI solutions, you needed data sets. And which better place that can be other than India, because the number of surgeries, the patient profiles that are available in India is not available anywhere. Similarly, we have worked with other institutions trying to develop affordable solutions as well. The last point which I would like to talk about is water and sanitation. In fact, few weeks back, High Commission of Canada hosted a delegation of Indian companies, and these guys, companies from India, visited Canada. We showcased what Canada has to offer, Canadian capabilities in wastewater treatment, and several clean technology solutions. So I'm sure we can talk about much detail. Of course, out of the 17 SDGs, I just wanted to focus on few. So thank you.
Thank you, Vikram. You have focused on some of the most important ones, and they are very, very important. And I think that the initiatives that your government is taking with India and these and other countries in the developing world would be very useful. Now I would request Mr. Diogratius Dosto, who's the head of chancellery at the head of chancellery means head of administration and establishment from Tanzania, to get us some kind of an African perspective exactly, especially from Tanzania, how he looks at it, the SDGs that are impacting the country in the wake of the two black swan events. Number one is the pandemic, and number two is the Russia-Ukraine war.
Namaste. Thank you very much. I would like to add my voice on the appreciation note to the SRM University AP for organizing this event and getting us all here to discuss this and share our perspectives in terms of partnership to advance the SDGs. Now we are in the decade of action, as the United Nations term it. The SDGs were conceived when the decade of action was on the horizon, and Tanzania was part of the open working task force to negotiate the SDGs on behalf of the African group, anticipating that with the looming of the decade of action, the international community and the big power players would behave in a way different from implementing the previous goals that were abandoned in 2015 with the adoption of the SDGs. But again, as Ambassador Anil has mentioned, we have seen the dynamics since the adoption of the SDGs in 2015, the implementation in where we are and where we are supposed to be in terms of registering milestones of delivering these SDGs. The global pandemic has taught us a different lesson and actually has challenged the status quo in terms of understanding how the world is organized and how the international community is responding to a global crisis, of which the global south is the place where the effect is more felt than other places in the world. And unfortunately, this global south is the place where the systems, the healthy systems, were not very much organized, and the preparedness was still very at infant stages, and the funding was not at the speed of coping with the challenge itself. But see how the world responded in terms of helping these countries to deal and respond to the crisis of the global pandemic. Now we have even more questions than answers in terms of helping the world delivering the SDGs. The funds that are being pledged every replenishment cycles at the United Nations headquarters in New York. I think it is happening every 2 years. They are replenishing resources to finance the implementation of the developing goals and its related targets. But how much of those resources are actually being mobilized and taken to the targeted countries to help them implement these goals? Also, the countries are being encouraged to conduct self-assessment in terms of seeing where are they, how are they doing, how much resources are mobilized to implement these goals. But Tanzania has done this exercise twice. The first time it was in 2019, and the second time it was just last July. But see the funding, where are the resources, most of the resources are coming from. We realize now most of these resources, initially when we were conceiving these SDGs, most of the African countries in the global south in general were expecting to get more support from the international community, especially from these big powers. But unfortunately, the burden remains to themselves and the resources have to be collected from themselves. So I think the global south has to wake up from this illusion of depending from the developing partners, donors, and the international community in terms of financing the delivering of the SDGs. The focus and the emphasis has to be placed much on collecting the internal resources, mobilizing the private sector, and making sure accountability is put into place to make sure that the resources that have been collected are spent responsibly on the areas to improve delivering of the SDGs, instead of sitting back and waiting for the international community to step up, which, on my perspective, I don't see it happening very easily. Thank you very much.
Well, you have really struck the nerve by saying that, as they say, that you have to look inside, use your resources, try to maximize the opportunities within, and then possibly move forward. I think that is the model, and I think mostly it'll have to be eventually, as we call Global South, must internalize its own strengths and work with each other rather than waiting and depending on something. That's absolutely correct, and I think that is one of the approaches that are being followed. Now I request Mr. G.L. Gyanatheva, the Minister, Deputy High Commissioner of Sri Lanka, to also dwell on the how have they seen, because they have gone through very turbulent times. And last I was in Sri Lanka on 31st March last year, when this protests and others started happening. And so there was always said that the mismanagement at the grassroots level, the programs that were sought out, the assistance that was got from other places did not really reach the masses. That could have caused this kind of turbulence. So we'd like you to dwell a little bit on this, even though as a diplomat you have to be a bit cautious. But may I draw you into this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I wish to thank for the organizers, the SRM University in Andhra Pradesh, for organizing this event and inviting Sri Lanka to be one of the participants of this interesting day. So with that, I can start my discussions. So SDGs are a call for action for better world for everyone. And these SDGs goals are interconnected and interdependent. So when we speak of partnerships, partnerships are called for creating economic activities, sharing of resources, and sharing of building up capacity development and etc. So I think these partnerships can be bilateral, regional, and multilateral levels. So today we have many countries have their own experience of these partnerships in building up the SDGs goals. As it was requested, then I can speak few of our Sri Lanka's experiences in recent times. Our closest neighbor is India, and in terms of our economic activities, we have totally depend on India's economic power. We have signed a free trade agreement, the first free trade agreement in the region with India, and every year we import $4.5 billion of goods from India. And most of our Sri Lankan investors already invested in Sri Lanka are mainly targeting 1.4 billion Indian consumers for their exports. So many of the foreign investors, their entire target is to supply to Indian needs. So we have many European, US companies. Sri Lanka is a small country with 20 million population, and even any product, they cannot attain their own economics of scale. Major Sri Lankan export baskets is based on niche products and niche markets. So we have spices, garments, all catering to the niche market in a small quantities. We are not a mass supply production houses. So the main investors' main objective is to cater to the Indian consumer market. So Sri Lanka, the major role of economy is based on Indian consumer behaviors. If India is prosper, Sri Lanka will also prosper. If India is in crisis, Sri Lanka will also crisis. This is the economic situation. So now in recent times, through this, we have attained many of our economic developments as well as SDGs goal. We have a 100% free education from kindergarten to advanced level. And thereafter, even university education is also full 100% free of charge. And government is providing a scholarship to each student who enters into the university. And thereafter, a postgraduate, if we join the government sector, government is sponsoring them for their postgraduate master studies. And in private sectors are expected to sponsor their own staff for their master study. And health-wise, healthcare is 100% free of charge. Not even single cent is charged from the public. Even for your heart operation, amputation, tumor operation, everything is provided free of charge. We have housing facilities. If those who do not have houses, they can register every budget. They have allocation to build houses for the houseless people, and the land facilities of if anyone is without land. And so government is able to fulfill all these through our economic plans and our programs one by one. So recent times we have some unexpected events. So the partnerships has helped us, Sri Lanka, to withstand the difficulties and come out of it. Indian partnership unexpectedly helped us, Sri Lanka, during the difficult times without any political perspective and any economic dimension. And that has helped Sri Lanka to sustain the people's living and come out of it. And now we are little by little emerging from them. So the importance of partnerships has been experienced in recent times by Sri Lankans. So as explained, we have a few partnerships. We in the past years has made us into difficulties, but in spite of we need to be very careful. Partnerships can make us more poor, and partnerships can also make you more prosper. So the achieving SDGs goal, our partnerships may play a pivotal role depending on their perspective of intention. Thank you very much. With this note, I think I can conclude.
Thank you so much for that very clear-sighted viewpoint, and I hope everything will work out soon. And Sri Lanka is on the right path at the moment towards its self-realization, essentially. And one of the oldest democracies in the world that has been doing extremely well. So we wish you all the very best to our Sri Lankan friends. Now I'd like to go to the empowered women and request Ms. Yashi Dhariwal, the Honorary Consulate of Cambodia, to tell us how's it being felt, the SDGs and the problems there in Cambodia. And if you can talk a little bit more about ASEAN as a whole. Yes.
Thank you. Well, firstly, I believe the whole thing that we're talking about of adding or furthering SDGs through partnerships, I think these partnerships are not just government to government. They're also involving all kinds of stakeholders, including academia, which is why we are very rightly seated in this very university, SRM, which is providing this platform for such partnerships and such engagements to take place. And very rightly a good platform to discuss and debate about how to move forward with the SDGs. Coming to the specific question which you've asked, Moderator Sir, which is particularly with regards to, of course, Cambodia in particular and ASEAN in general. See, the thing is that with SDGs, the thing is that all these national initiatives have to be integrated into forming a global action, where you think locally, or where you think globally, but you act locally. Right? So when we speak of ASEAN, it's actually a very good example in terms of a successful partnership, in terms of how, as an organization, as a regional organization, it's setting example for the globe to kind of bring your ideas, your synergies together and try to achieve a lot of initiatives. So when you speak of the Asian tigers, it stand tall. Cambodia in particular, if we speak, of course, it's rising at 7% GDP. But of course, it has its own share of problems, which definitely form within the top 16 SDGs, which are being provided, which is why this entire discussion is very, very relevant to it. And it's also very relevant to ASEAN as a whole, because a group always has to function with all the five fingers together to, form a fist. So it's almost like you have to take all the partners together, otherwise it's almost like a lopsided development. So ASEAN has managed to accelerate itself to a stage where not only is it successful on several aspects, economic, social, political, to name a few, but also in terms of being a strong cultural identity of its own. And Cambodia forms a very important aspect. But couple of things, if I speak of SDGs in general, whether with respect to ASEAN or Southeast Asia or the globe for that matter in general, it's essentially that, and I think I agree to an extent with what the gentleman on the left from Tanzania has to say, that yes, it is about also involving private partnerships to kind of bringing out and facilitating and achieving, implementing what you're actually trying to do. And what you very rightly, sir, said about intent and perspective, the attitude. So the attitude is also towards the partnership. It's just like any other relationship which you have, which is kind of which has to be nurtured over years. It has to be built on trust. It has to be built on mutual cooperation, mutual interests being served and upheld. So I think the attitudinal problem is where we could really kind of have a brainstorming session and start from. But besides that, I think the bottom line lies in the intent, and more than anything, an understanding and a realization of the fact that there is no other way to move in the future. The examples that all the panelists just mentioned and many more that the world has seen and will see in future all direct us to the fact that a cooperative action is what is the answer to most of the solution. Otherwise, because it's a dynamo effect otherwise in a global economy, and globalization has just brought it to us on our face that we cannot work single-handedly as far as our future is concerned. We seldom talk about the global commons, let's say the space or the open seas or the resources which are there in a lot of untapped areas. It's about that each of them contribute to the development of the individual countries, right? So I think the problem lies on a couple of aspects, not just with regards to the financial aspect, which is extremely crucial, but also in terms of understanding that there is a technology gap, there is a digital divide, there is an education divide, there is also a divide in terms of acceptance of each other's differences. And all of that can really be worked towards together, as India has beautifully coined Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. So I think those individual actions kind of can be brought together as a coherent idea, as some, and I think G20 provides a wonderful platform to kind of do and have consensus on such global issues. And so I think it's very timely that there's not just a realization, but also an action-oriented realization. So I'm glad, and thank you for SRM for organizing and ensuring that this is an important issue to be discussed and ideated upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Yashiji. It was the cooperative effort at the national level, international level is very important. And I think that is the key crux eventually. We don't live on an island. We are all have to live together or perish together. Now, of course, we come back to the host who has all the repository of the knowledge, manages the management issue, and I know how we manage the SDGs. We'd like to hear from you, sir.
Thank you, Anilji.
Professor Bharadwaj Sivakumar.
Thank you, Anilji. So as Anilji was calling out name after name, right? So I thought my turn would come, right? But, so then I'm a positive, then I thought, okay, finally it came, right? So, I thought, okay, they're treating me like a tail ender, right? But, I'm a positive person. So I thought, no, that's not true, right? So that's not true. They're saving the best for the last, right? That's what I thought. No. I'm just kidding. It's a privilege to be part of such a distinguished panel, right? Awe-inspiring names and positions I see here. So I'm humbled and honored to be part of this panel. So I will just give my take on, on the UN SDGs. Now, if you look at the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, interestingly, I just read no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, and so on and so forth. The 17th one is partnerships for the goals. And the 17th one is partnership for the goals. I teach a course called Business Research Methods. And, generally 1 week before my course starts, I send an email, right, with 11 instructions to all my students. First instruction would be, you download these data sets. Number 2, do the pre-reads. Number 3, right, whatever. And number 11 is read all the above 10 and do accordingly. That is what I would write. And similarly here, the UN has enunciated 17 goals. Interestingly, the 17th is partnership for the above 16. In other words, like my co-panelist was saying, and especially Ms. Yashi, Mr. Anil, these problems are, global problems. No single country, however powerful it may be, like the United States or China, whoever they are, right? They cannot solve any problem single-handedly. Like the pandemic showed that, right? In a very stark fashion, right? In big countries, there were powerful countries, rich countries were badly affected, right? They were badly affected. So now partnerships for the goals is one goal in itself. And interestingly, that is a theme for this panel discussion, international partnerships for enhancing the sustainable development goals. So I did some research, some homework, and, see, some are very obvious that, one goal is education. Now, if you look at countries like Finland, Nordic countries, Scandinavian countries, they are rated very high on education indices and, literacy and so on. That is not surprising. So if you say, can India emulate them? It may be difficult because India is different with a large landmass, huge population. So we cannot, directly copy and, copy paste from the Finland model or the Sweden model. It may be difficult to do, right? But, when I went through some of the, statistics, clean water is one goal. Clean water is one goal. One of the countries that has the cleanest water resources is Colombia, right? So Colombia is by no means like a Western, United States or UK kind of country, right? It's also a fairly, impoverished country. So Colombia has one of the cleanest water systems in the entire world. And, if you look at energy, right, renewable energy, Iceland, Brazil, and Colombia are the leading countries, right, when it comes to the use of renewable energy. So these are very surprising things. When it comes to gender equality, 20 countries are listed. Among the 20 are Rwanda, Namibia, Costa Rica, Latvia, and Nicaragua. So these countries, in terms of gender equality, are ranked higher than, like United States and so on, right? So these are very surprising things that are, that we don't really appreciate. We don't know, right? We don't know these things. So therefore, right, partnerships are required. That is, why can't, and India, of course, right, in poverty reduction, India and China have done remarkably well in the last 20 years. In the last week, there was a report that I'm sure many of you may have read, that India has pulled 415 million people out of extreme poverty in the last 15 years, right? So from 2005 to 2021 or 2020, we have pulled out 415 million people out of extreme poverty. This number is larger than the population of United States or Europe, right? So it's a remarkable achievement that, and we can see it, right? We don't have to look at statistics, right? When we go out, I remember as a young boy, when I went out, lots of people would not have, even, shoes or chappals. They would walk with their bare feet. Now it's very rare to see that, very rare to see that. Everybody has a cell phone. So all these are signs that, the country has, to a large extent, gotten rid of extreme poverty. So the partnerships, right? So what we can do is learn from one another, right? So why can't we learn from Colombia on how to have clean water? Why can't we learn from, Rwanda and Namibia and Costa Rica on how to ensure that there is gender equality? And learning from one another is, absolutely one of the best things that one can do. Like many of us, we have international experience and we know how much that has helped us. Right? When we go outside of our countries, outside of our comfort zones, we learn a lot. And plus, these are tangible examples of countries that have succeeded to a large extent in advancing some of the sustainable development goals. Like in management, we teach best practices, and we have to follow the best practices of what other organizations are doing. We teach benchmarking, and we have to benchmark with some of the best in the world. And why can't India learn from Colombia in terms of clean water, right? Why can't we learn from Taiwan in terms of healthcare, and so on, right? So this requires, right, not only university to university collaboration, but also, country to country at the highest levels of diplomacy. So here we have, people like Anilji and, others sitting here, diplomats. So I think there's a lot that we can learn from one another, right? And that is what the theme of the topic, the theme of this discussion is partnerships, and we have to have partnerships. Now, one other thing I want to talk about, particularly at our university, is this. See, artificial intelligence is all around us. We cannot escape it. Whatever, even in diplomacy, maybe you will have, Chat GPT and so on do a lot of work. I do not know, right? But, in business, whether it is marketing or finance, whatever it is, right? HR, next week, we are going to start our placement training for our MBA students. And we have signed up with a company. They have an AI-enabled resume builder. So the student will give his or her, qualifications and competencies and so on. Depending upon the company that the student is applying to, right, this AI-enabled app will customize the resume. Right. So this is, it is next week it's happening. I'm not talking about, next 10 years or something. Next week, we're going to experiment with that. We're going to experiment with that. So AI is all around us, right? And, it is used extensively. It's used extensively. There's not a single function that exists that is not affected by the rise or emergence of artificial intelligence. See, for example, some of the UN SDGs itself, water, right? We can use artificial intelligence for detecting microbacteria and other, particles in water. So that is what, my computer science colleagues tell me. Now, you must have been reading the news in the last so many months. The GST collections have been really excellent, right? That is a sign that our economy is doing well, despite, the Ukraine war, despite the after effects of COVID. So it's remarkable, really, that our economy is doing so well, despite, all these, shocks in the external environment. But, it's also a tribute to the use of analytics and AI, right? So the tax department, they use AI and analytics, in a very big way to detect tax fraud, for example, and so on. So that way, earlier, if the GST collection hit 1 lakh crore, that was celebrated as a major event. But today, 1.4, 1.5 lakh crore is a new normal. Every month, right, 1.4, 1.5, sometimes even 1.8 lakh crore is what, the GST collect. And that is partly because of the use of artificial intelligence. Healthcare, disease protection, disease detection, the use of robots in surgeries, right, and so on. Sustainable cities, how to find parking and which roads require repair, predicting which roads would require repair. All these things, analytics and artificial intelligence are used. So all these are, UN Sustainable Development Goals: water, healthcare, smart cities, etc. Economy, all these are UN Sustainable Development Goals. So therefore, what we have done at SRM University AP is, we have created a center called Center for Artificial Intelligence in Achieving UN Sustainable Development Goals. So this is a unique center that, I don't think not only any university in India, even across the globe, I do not know of any other university that has such a unique center. We have conceptualized and created such a center, right? And so lots of our research is going to be around use of AI in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. So that is what we are very actively working towards. And we hope that in the next 5 to 10 years, this center will become a very vibrant one. We will do research for industry. We will do academic research. We will get projects from, DRDO and, other scientific organizations, right? And we will do consulting for industry. And, we will run education certificate programs for working professionals, for students, because ultimately we have to involve students in whatever we do. As a university, we have to, the greater the student involvement in our activities, the better it is for the university and for the country itself. So we will run programs for students as well. So this center is a unique, and we want to be a one-stop shop, right, for all things connected with AI and Sustainable Development Goals. So, and for this, we need partnerships, not only with industry, but not only with other institutes in India, but we need partnerships. We cannot do it alone, right? Nobody can do this, such a monumental task alone. So we require partnerships with universities across the world, with, research organizations across the world. And once we have these international partnerships, then, there'll be, and the UN says that the purpose of these 17 UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, is to, I quote, transform the world, unquote. Transform the world. That is the purpose of having these 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And with this center, in at least a small measure, we will hopefully help in transforming the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. See, the best had yet to come, and so we had to wait. It was worth the wait, Professor. Well, thank you so much for talking about this new initiative, which is indeed unique, and I think it's very much needed, and which requires to be talked about, both with the government, academia, industry, and everywhere. People got to know about it, and partnerships are absolutely essential in that. And you very rightly mentioned about Rwanda. I was there 3 years ago, and I was surprised when I saw the way the country, which had gone through genocide and the problems and all, has come out. There was one country which country of 1,000 hills, they call it. And they were using for many years, several years, the drones to provide medicines to various parts of the country. I mean, so advanced. More than 50-60% of the ministers were ladies, women, in the country. So they have really done well. So when I was coming from the airport, as soon as I arrived, I hardly ever expected that to happen there. I asked the driver, I said, so it looks good here. So his next comment was, oh, they are very high taxes. So I kept quiet. He said, but we don't mind because we see the taxes being used effectively. And so that's the way that the society, the people can work together. And you mentioned about GST and others. So if it's going to provide benefits and uniformity, but of course, I don't know which world when we were growing up, it was impossible to get even a landline connection. Forget about the mobile. Today, nobody can do without a mobile. Everybody is all the time on the mobile. The data is the cheapest in India, and this AI-driven world that we are heading towards completely, robotic and whatnot, is going to be very different in 10 to 15 years' time. So we got to prepare, and I hope because of these SDGs that have been identified, that no one is left behind. And that is essentially the theme of this transforming the world. And now we still have a few minutes left. We were supposed to close at 4, but some questions would be a great idea. And you must ask all questions to Professor. Please, any questions? That means nothing. Please identify yourself and the person you're asking the question. I hope there is one at least. Yes, please. Kindly give it to Mike.
Hello, everyone. Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. I'm Pranav Prashant Dagwar, currently doing my PhD in the field of environmental science and engineering. So my question is to the panel is like, as we know that implementing SDGs is a goal that is being given by United Nations to like 2030 is the, let's say, the deadline for all the countries all across the world to implement. So currently, my question is like, what do you think how India is proceeding in it, and where are we standing today? Because somewhere or the other, we are today becoming a manufacturing hub. We are like bringing a lot of investments back in India, and like there is a lot of companies who are coming, like let's say they're leaving China and coming India and opening their centers here for manufacturing, for developing. And what do you think that, like, I mean, implementing SDGs, there are goal number 13, SDG number 13 and 12, the action on water, climate action on water, climate action, as well as life on water and life under life on land and life underwater. So these are some goals that being an environmentalist, let's say, I think I should focus on. So how do you think that India should work upon this specific sector? Because environment is essential for us. Being Delhi, we see Delhi today. I mean, the pollution there is actually, it's getting so high. So what do you think? What would be a suggestion? I would like to love it to hear from the panel. Thank you so much.
I think I'll have to take this question, or the professor can supplement. This question is about India. Well, as far as India is concerned, like we have been listening to the Prime Minister recently, and that he says that lifestyle for environment. You need to be mindful about the nature around you, because the nature is only can sustain you. So the various programs that have been initiated by the government as far as water conservation is concerned, since I sit on a board of a company, WAPCOS, Water and Power Consultancy Company, which is a part of the Jal Shakti Ministry, there are large number of programs that have been undertaken. But you need to understand that India is also at different levels of development. While in the rural areas, like you are sitting in a pristine surroundings, you will find the people living in the sync with nature much more than what is happening in the urban areas. So firstly, we need to somehow create the centers of production and processes around outside these current urban centers, which are overpopulated and overexploited. And that is one thing that will take care of quite a few things. Now, life underwater or this, there are several international collaborations and arrangements that have been entered into. There are treaties that have been there, but unfortunately, there is not enforced implementation. very often by various stakeholders. And as you know that whether it is oceans or whether it is space, they are all common, global commons and global goods. And there has to be a universal sort of an approach and agreement to do that. They very much form a part of the UN. And you mentioned it as UN. Actually, it's, what is United Nations? United Nations is a conglomerate of all the nations in the world. So basically, we have given ourselves these targets. So each country will have to fulfill those targets. So there are many programs that the Indian government has actually launched. And if I start counting those, you will think I'm promoting the current government, which I will not. So therefore, I will not read out those, but all those programs, and being part of the environmental sciences studies, you are aware of that, I'm quite sure. But we need to do an audit. You see, launching a program and a SWOT analysis needs to be done. And we need to audit every step of the way what we have achieved. And so that is very important, because climate change is a reality. It's a threat which is actually endangering our own existence. So there are no planet B, essentially. So we all have to work together, and this should start from the individual himself at the first place. Professor, would you like to add? Okay. So thank you very much to all the esteemed panelists for sharing their thoughts. It's been quite educative, and I hope that we will cumulatively try to achieve something. And we wish all the very best to the SRM, which is leading in the AI-driven projects, Professor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. This was brilliant. It really opened our minds to a new dimension. Thank you so much. Well, I know we are close to the closing ceremony. Yes, please enjoy what you're eating, but please make sure to look in my direction as well. I have waited for this moment since morning. So I thought to myself, so what if I'm going to speak in the end? But I know one thing, no one can dance my dance. All right, thank you SRM University AP for having us all over here. This was a very, very unique interaction and a great experience of being here and being a part of such a prestigious event. Well, everybody has said something very unique and something interesting and very intellectual. I am going to represent the Aam Aadmi. Actually, I shouldn't be saying the Aam Aadmi, but the mango people. I correct myself, please. Yes, I didn't mean it that way. No. All right. I just cannot not read this poem. This is a poem by Gio Evan, a poet from Italy. Try to travel, otherwise you may become racist. And you may end up believing that your skin is the only one to be right, that your language is the most romantic, and that you were the first to be the first. Travel, because if you don't travel, then your thoughts won't be strengthened, won't get filled with ideas. Your dreams will be born with fragile legs, and then you will end up believing in TV shows and in those who invent enemies. That fits perfectly with the nightmares to make your life live in terror. Travel, because travel teaches you to say good morning to everyone, regardless of which sun we come from. Travel, because travel teaches to say good night to everyone, regardless of the darkness that we carry inside. Travel, because traveling teaches to resist, not to depend, to accept others, not just for who they are, but also for what they can never be. To know what we are capable of, to feel part of a family beyond borders, beyond traditions and culture. Traveling teaches us to be beyond travel. Otherwise, you may end up believing that you are made only for a panorama. And instead, inside you, there are wonderful landscapes. This is very important. So we all must travel. Well, in the ancient times, and we still carry on the legacy of India, it says Vasudeva Kutumbakam. It's a Sanskrit phrase that is found in Maha Upanishads, which means that the whole world is one family. For me, three words that come to my mind consciously, this is fourth. The three words are connection, conversations, and community. Well, this kind of stuff has really given us joy and happiness in our past, but I think we have forgotten about it. The reason being, this was simple living. First of all, the concepts that we share from different nations, whether it's Ubuntu coming from Africa, that's my favorite, Ubuntu. I've heard about this so many times. There is Wabi Sabi, Ikigai. There is a Confucian philosophy from different kind of worlds altogether. We're all learning, and there is no limitation to learning. Conversations are important because you can sort many things. Without conversations, maybe there will be things unresolved. You know, I have this habit of poking people and making a conversation, and I'm not ashamed of it because I've always loved it. I've created a connect. That is how a connect happens. We all poke people and they are like hooks. And if you want to collect hooks, you can end up in many connects. And connect does not understand one particular language. No, it does not. You know what it understands? It understands you being genuine. That's what it understands. That's all. Many, many years ago, community is that we really believed in this. We were the children of the community or a tribe or a large section of society. But unfortunately, over a period of time, we are just shrunk to 4 people in a household. And this is also diminishing. In such a scenario, building bridges and creating connects is most important. We are building communities all over the world. Have we ever realized that earlier we wanted to go to a new place? We would, stop by, roll the window down in a car and check with different people, oh, where is this place? Ye rasta kahan jayega? But now, you know what's happened. Google auntie or uncle has taken it all. Now we don't stop by, ask people. We're not joining the dots. We're not connecting that much. It's sad. But we want to build a new world, a better world where we can connect in a better way. Well, when we talk about big strategies, there are no numbers that I want to discuss. There is no statistics that I want to share. But I know that digital technologies have been integrated into foreign languages learning classrooms for a long time, especially during pandemic when the borders were closed and we were not traveling. Everything came to us in the room. I'm glad we have progressed, but at the same time, looking at a cup of tea or a coffee in an Insta or a Facebook, it's not giving the same feeling as looking at it in reality. You sniff the coffee, you sip the coffee, it's different. And that's what happens when you send your children to different destinations, let them learn the cultures, the traditions, the value system of some other country. They evolve. The key to forming cross-cultural connections is an approach with an open mind to build genuine curiosity about other cultures, understanding the uniqueness and beauty of the cultures the world over, and embracing diversities lays the foundation for stronger connections. By crossing borders and building bridges, we want to gain valuable, extended knowledge and experiences and diverse pedagogical traditions and values and philosophies. They are very important for us. As you grow into leaders, and mind you, you will graduate, right? So you will become good leaders who are not only self-aware, but also self-motivated to ensure that different individuals are validated and valued, regardless of their race, religion, beliefs. Please create a better world. Cultural intelligence is the ability to understand and interpret different cultural norms and behaviors. Developing this makes you more receptive and adaptive. By demonstrating respect and understanding of different cultures' perspective, you can easily establish trust, credibility. That's important. When engaging with individuals from different backgrounds, it is important that you're mindful of their cultural norms, practices, and taboos. Avoid making any assumptions. Please do not make any assumptions. Ask, talk to them. As a world of business transcends beyond regions, the ability to navigate cross-culture boundaries is certainly a valuable skill and a life skill. Well, I must tell you, somewhere we're all the same. We're really all the same. It's a perception that we are different. Trust me, deep down somewhere, we can all find a common ground. The most important being kindness, love, sharing. These are the basics of humanity, and that's important. In the beginning of the session this morning, when Sir said to all of us that they are 6 years young, I love that. You know what came to my mind? There are kids who must have already left this university, finished their studies. When they came here, they were empty-handed. They wrote, margins laid out, they were written upon. They skipped lines, overshot the margins, doodled, dialed. Some followed some rules, but some followed their heart. And most of them found a middle ground. Each story in this world is uniquely scripted, and it'll always continue to be. We're all somewhere story writers of our own stories. Let's create an incredible one. But when we are told all hundreds and thousands of voices are going to sing the same song in the same breath, what is that? SRMAP. Thank you.